Welcome to the July 14th work session of the East Point City Council. I had an unusually long day at court and did not get out of court till about 6:20 and made it here as fast as I could, so I appreciate everyone's patience this evening. It's my understanding, you can go ahead and do a roll call just so that the record reflects quorum.
Okay, Councilmember Shropshire.
Present.
Councilmember Freely is currently at a conference. Councilmember Atkins is currently at a conference. Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler is also at a conference, and Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you. As I was walking in, our pension representative, Charlotte Cagle, informed me that there was supposed to be a presentation on tonight regarding the COLA increase for retirees. In some kind of way, inadvertently, it did not make the agenda. Does anyone have any objection to that being the second presentation? Ms. Cagle, along with the representatives, are here, and they actually have shared some information with us regarding our employees' retirement plan. Any objection? Okay, so that'll be our second presentation, and the title should be, again, Ms. Cagle, if you can come up to the mic for me really quick. Press that button. Press that button for me. There you go.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an ad hoc COLA for Class 4 and 5 retirees. That's what we're presenting tonight, and a brief overview of the health of the plan.
Ad hoc COLA for Class 4 and 5 retirees. Madam City Clerk, if you can update the agenda to reflect that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, as it relates to agenda items, I'm assuming the credit card policy and travel policy is being moved to August with 3 council members being absent tonight. Any objection to work session on August? Departmental vacancies, Councilmember Martin Rogers, you want to discuss that tonight or August work session? I don't know. So we can remove it. You can put it on when need be. They haven't brought any additional information. You can speak with them. I'm saying they've shared this spreadsheet, and I think they just keep updating it. But the Commission on Commission on Aging, bifurcation agreement with Ridge Road. Tri-Cities, welcome all. The city attorney wants to be here, and she should be here around 7:30. Okay, new agenda items. Any objection to item number 9 going to consent? Number 10. Number 11. It's piggybacking on the state contract. Number 12. Number 13 we need to discuss because that will need to go on the agenda as an ordinance. Number 14. Annuity and benefit. I have some questions on. I'm not sure what that is. So annuity and benefit. It sounds like it might be. It's not necessarily tied to that, but. Number 15, purchase of uniforms. Number 16, food for inmates. Emergency water main repair, 20-inch water main break on Riverside Drive. Any objections to consent? 30-inch water main break, 1451 North River Drive. Any objection to consent? 19 is a piggyback contract from water and sewer for flow monitoring service. Any objection to consent? Number 20. I got a discussion. I question these sole source people. Number 21. Water main replacement and construction, water and sewer, funded through most. Any objection to consent or question? 21. Yeah, the amount discussed. Approval of a change order discussed. It's almost over $250,000 change order. 23. I think we should discuss it. It's talking about providing immediate telehealth services, non-emergency 911. It sounds like this might be some work or, I guess, progressive steps around healthcare for our area, so I want to discuss that. Number 24. Any objection to consent? I feel like we've already approved this before. I'm not sure why it's back, so I have a question about why it's back. 25 we discussed, 26, and 27. Okay, Madam City Clerk, I have items 9 through 12 on consent, items 15 through 19 on consent, and that's it. So we have two presenters tonight, one, our financial advisor, and the ad hoc COLA. Do we have any other presentations by non-staff persons here tonight? Do we have any other items that have outside partners or contractors on them? Going once, going twice. We will start with the financial advisor presentation. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We've requested to have a presentation from our financial advisors, particularly looking at our various projects that we are contemplating. Finance advisor is going to walk us through some of our options as well as some of the various financial strategies. At this point, I'd like to allow our financial advisor to.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Great to see you all again. Go ahead, that first page, please. Little background. Last time I was in front of you all was back in February. We talked about the bond sale overview, kind of big picture. Talked about several different things, such as the timeline. We talked about funding options. We talked about bond type and potential issuers, who could be the issuer of the debt. We talked about rating agencies. We talked about debt capacity and debt affordability. I'm not going to go through all those again tonight, but just for those who maybe in the audience may not have been in attendance, the city does have debt capacity, I'll call it the credit card limit, if you will, to still stay in the AA category of roughly $70 million. So there is enough capacity to actually issue for several projects that we've been talking about. What we're going to talk about in a moment is the affordability, which is how do we pay that debt back, the amount of debt we end up for these projects. That night we talked about several projects, primarily the rec facility, but also was brought up was the auditorium, the old city hall, and potential library was also mentioned. Now, since we've had that meeting, we understand that the rec facility, there actually has been a cost estimate brought forward of $33 million. We understand there's also a desire to add a swimming pool. Don't have a number for that yet, but we were asked for tonight's purposes to use $12 million. So what you're going to see as an example of a bond issue is $45 million, to at least give you a sense of the magnitude of dollars that are going to be needed to repay the debt. We also understand we want to talk a little bit more about how we're going to issue the debt and who could be the issuer, specifically about the rec facility. And then the last thing I just want to mention is from a time standpoint, we still need to get the audit. I know it's very close, it sounds like, on the fiscal 24 But since it's now been a full year since that fiscal year has ended, the rating agencies will require us to not only have that audit, but also the 25 audit essentially in final form. So we still have a little bit of time, because I know it's going to take some time to get that in order to work out how we're going to pay these bonds back. So for the next slide, what I'd like to do is I'm going to bring Marquita Jackson, who is your lead underwriter here from JP Morgan, to help me out a little bit and talk about, because I think one of the questions was, what is the differential going to be in interest rate? So there's really, in Georgia, there's several different ways we can issue debt. You can go out and do a referendum, do GO bonds. You can do an intergovernmental contract, which we've circled here as our recommendation. And if you had SPLOST, which the county that you're in here, Fulton County, does not have a SPLOST program, so I put a big X there because we can't do that. We can also do lease purchase installment sale agreements, and then you can do what's called pure revenue bonds. Now, I'm working from the back end. Pure revenue means that you're going to basically pledge the revenue of a project. Water and sewer would be something most people use because usually there's sufficient revenues to cover. In the case of doing the rec center project, in our experience, there's just usually not enough revenues to cover operations and debt service. So really we're going to look back at the other options, which would be a GO bond, which would be required you to go to referendum, intergovernmental contract, or lease purchase. And so if we're doing the intergovernmental, there are third-party authorities that we need to issue, and you have two, the East Point Building Authority or the East Point Business Industrial Development Authority. Both could actually take this project on. They both could issue the debt here, so that would be really your choice as to which one you'd want to use. By virtue of the intergovernmental revenue contract, it becomes essentially as a credit, a full faith and credit, and so it's looked at as whatever your issuer rating is going to be, that also would be the the rating on the bonds, similar to what a GO rating would look like. So they essentially trade very similarly. You don't have to have the referendum. You still have to validate, and it is subject to mill rate caps, but exempt from any legal debt limits. So I thought I'd give Marquita a chance just to talk about the differences between GO bonds, intergovernmental contract, and lease purchases or appropriation debt, maybe how the market views those types of bonds. So, Marquita.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Marquita Jackson. I work at JP Morgan. I'll be the lead underwriter on the city's transaction. With me, I have Nathan Lewis with Security Capital. He also will be in the underwriting syndicate for the transaction. Thank you for having us tonight. So as Courtney mentioned, there are a few options that you can issue the bonds through for the project that you're considering. As Courtney mentioned, I would say that the GO bond transaction, that path, you have to take that to voters, so that requires voter approval. So that adds a little bit of a time factor to your transaction. But the intergovernmental contract route is essentially the same credit as the GO. So what that means is that you would have a conduit borrower like the building authority, as Courtney mentioned, and the city would enter into a contract with the building authority or another conduit borrower, and that contract would be secured by the full faith and credit of the city. So the transaction that you would issue through an intergovernmental contract would trade very similarly to a GO or general obligation transaction. And out of the transactions or out of the structures that you see listed on page 2, GO and intergovernmental contract will be the most affordable borrowing cost for you. I would say generally in the market today, we are in a higher interest rate environment, particularly compared to where we were during COVID. Rates have trended up, but from a historical perspective, we are at attractive levels. So if you look at the 20-year borrowing cost, just tax-exempt benchmark rate, that's around a 4.3%. And the city's credit, whatever credit rating you all receive, hopefully that's in the AA category, you would have a spread to that tax-exempt benchmark. So it would be 4.3% plus some spread. But you want the tightest spread to reach to the most affordable cost of funds, and the GO or intergovernmental contract will get you there. Kind of moving to the lease purchase installment sales agreement, that will be a little bit more expensive cost of funds. The reason for that is that that particular structure would be subject to annual appropriation. So the city council will have to appropriate funds every year to pay debt service on those bonds. And the market considers that a little bit more risky versus a GO or intergovernmental contract, because under the intergovernmental contract and GO structure, you do not have to take any action. So you would just automatically pay debt service from available funds, but under the lease purchase installment sales agreement, the city has to take action. We all believe that the city would take the appropriate action, but there have been cases outside of Georgia where cities have not appropriated funds for certain projects and the debt service payments haven't been made. Because of that, there's a premium for that type of structure. So that structure will be a little bit more costly versus a GO versus an intergovernmental contract. The last thing I'll say, we've marked out SPLOST. The last thing I'll say is the pure revenue route. That is probably on the more expensive end, in particular when you look at some of the revenue streams that may be available to you. For example, the hotel motel tax. That structure the bonds would solely be repaid by those taxes. When you look at the intergovernmental contract or GO structure, you get a little bit more flexibility because you can use basically what's available to you in your general fund. So you have access to all your revenues. When you move over to a pure revenue structure, you're solely looking at revenues that are pledged to that debt service. And in your scenario, let's just say you decide to pledge hotel motel tax, you would be solely relying on those taxes. So investors see that as a more limited pledge, and they have limited resources available to them. So that structure ends up being probably the most expensive structure that the city would realize from this particular comparison that we've provided here. I'm happy to take any questions. I will say that the intergovernmental contract is widely used throughout the state of Georgia by a lot of municipalities, cities, and counties for various projects. We recently JP Morgan worked on a transaction with Rockdale County. They're building a new administration building, and they use the intergovernmental contract structure for that. They borrowed through a conduit, and the conduit and the county entered into an agreement where the county will pay the debt service on the bonds, and that debt service is backed by the full faith and credit of the county. So that is a widely used and accepted structure that you all would see a lot of investor reception from. Happy to take any questions if you all have those at this time. Okay, thank you.
Through the entire presentation.
Ma'am?
Through the entire presentation.
Yes, ma'am, before we do questions, gotcha. Have Marquita come back up in a moment when we talk about special service districts as well, because she's got some experience. I wanted to let her talk about that as well. So those are the types of ways that we actually would issue the debt, but we still got to figure out how we're going to pay it back. And so what I wanted to do now is to give you an idea of what are we talking about, what's our repayment going to be for $45 million. So that's the project fund that we are looking at. We assumed it would be sometime next spring. We used April 1 of next spring. We did current market plus 50 basis points. We have been seeing the yield curve starting to steepen a little bit, meaning rates on the longer end starting to creep up a little bit. We used current market plus 50. That puts us around a 460 at 20 years right now, which means that if we went to borrow today, we'd be probably in the mid fours, call it, or between 4 and 4.5%. So call it like 4.25, give or take. So other than that, the things you want to know is that for refinance purposes, we have a standard 10-year call that's typical with these types of bonds. And then we'd have semi-annual interest payments coming due each year. And what's important about that is we need to have those revenues available to be able to pay the debt service back on those dates. So if we go ahead and flip slides for me there, Shannon, thank you, sir. What we've got here is we showed you the 20-year and a 30-year, just to show you the differential in what happens if you lengthen it out a little bit. The 20-year, again, is about 460. The 30-year is about 40 basis points higher because of the higher rates. We're borrowing a little bit further out on the yield curve. It's right about 5% based on a 50 basis point cushion, or 0.5%. So if you look at that, $45 million is going to cost us about $3.5 million if we pay it off over 20 years. It's right just below $3 million over 30 years. But you'll notice the difference is there's a lot more interest repaid, over the 30 years. So you can see that differential, 42 million of interest versus 25, almost 26 million of interest. So you are paying more interest for that longer period, but you do have a little less cash flow you've got to come up with up front. So potential sources of repayment. General fund revenues, there's one option. Hotel motel, we do have some dollars there. We've been talking about that for several years. I know Mr. Gardner and I talked about that when we were first running numbers years ago for this project. The number you're going to see tonight, we're using 1.4 million as our starting point and growing it from there. Community Improvement District tax revenue. So this is that special service district we're going to talk about in just a moment, as well as basically their districts are created, they're self-imposed tax. In a case of the CID, it's basically where the property owners get together and decide they want to do this. The special service district is where you all decide how you want to create that district. We put SPLOST revenues on there. They're not obviously available to you because the county doesn't do that, but if you were in a county, that's another option that some people use. And then program generated revenues. And in talking with staff, there could be some additional revenues depending upon the type project you build. If it's big enough and it's something that's warranted that might actually generate interest from weekend activities and things like that, you might have some revenues we can put toward it. And then finally is a special service district tax revenues. I reached out to Holland & Knight, who's bond counsel that was selected through your RFP process, and they gave us these bullet points as well as the next slide, which gets into what is a special service district. And so essentially what an SSD is a specially defined geographic area. Could be the entire city, or you could select certain types of projects with specifically identified special costs, such as trash collection. Certain property owners, commercial only for instance, would be the ones that would pay this increased property taxes, which would be taxes of the SSD, not of the city, similar to a CID. Now, the special tax revenues basically are going to be used to pay costs of services within that district, which also could include paying debt service for things that are being provided. An example might be the Atlanta Beltline, and Marquita's going to come talk to you a little bit about that here in just a second. Another option is, I know up in Brookhaven they did an SSD which included just businesses in that district and was used for basically paying roads, infrastructure, sidewalks, things like that, but it's also being used for to pay for City Hall. On the next slide, it kind of gets into the state constitution and basically the way it's laid out. You do have to include all properties of a similar type, so you can't just say we're going to use some hotels and leave a hotel out, for instance, as an example. So if you decide you're going to include certain type of business, you got to include all those businesses. You would have a resolution that would create this SSD and then levy that new tax. But again, that same resolution has got to be inclusive. You can't just pick and choose certain types of businesses and leave some of the same businesses out. You also have to identify the special service that's actually going to be provided by this SSD so that everyone knows what it's going to do. There's no referendums required, and there's no state authority. You don't have to go through the General Assembly for this. So you want to talk a little bit about the Beltline experience?
Sure, absolutely. So we worked on the Atlanta Beltline transaction in 2021. I'm testing my memory, 20 or 22. What happened is the City of Atlanta created an SSD, and it was a special service district, and it was for commercial properties in and around a specific part of the Beltline. And what the City Council decided to do at the City of Atlanta is to go out and create buy-in for those commercial property owners to participate in the SSD. They don't need approval, but obviously they want buy-in from those commercial property owners. They were able to do that, and the Atlanta City Council passed an ordinance that created the Special Service District that added an additional millage rate for those commercial property owners. The reason why Atlanta did it is because they initially created a TAD to construct the Beltline in the mid-2000s, but unfortunately they ran out of money, and they needed to, because of the credit crisis. And they needed to raise additional funds to finish the completion or complete the Beltline. It was called the Completion Project. So they created the SSD, they levied an additional tax on the commercial property owners, And you can use your SSD money in one or two ways. You can use it on a pay-as-you-go basis. So basically, you get the money from the SSD, and then you use it for projects as you receive it. Or you can leverage it and issue bonds that are secured by future SSD revenues, similar to a TAD. And that is what the City of Atlanta decided to do for the Beltline. They were able to raise $100 million by leveraging the SSD based on projected revenue that they would receive over 20 years. So that is what the City of Atlanta did, and it's been successful so far, which is great. The property values have significantly increased, which has helped the SSD. And in their bond documents, what they're going to try to do is they're going to pay the bonds off early. So if they get extra money from the SSD, they're going to use those funds as much as possible to pay down bonds. And then once the way they structured it, you all could structure it anyway if you decided to move forward, is once the bonds go away, the SSD goes away. So that extra fee on the commercial property owners in and around the certain part of the Beltline will go away once the bonds are secured by the SSD go away. As Courtney mentioned, the City of Brookhaven did the same thing to construct their new city hall. I'm not sure if their bond documents were structured in that manner. I did not work on that transaction. But this is, this particular structure is picking up a little bit of steam amongst communities because there are commercial property owners that see the value in investing in the community and are willing to pay the extra property tax amount to see some investment in the community because ultimately it'll benefit them in the end. I'll stop there.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. And I think the last point she made was a really good one. And getting that buy-in, that's what Brookhaven, I did work on that project. Part of that buy-in was saying, hey, we're going to take care of roads and sidewalks that's going to help people get to your businesses to be able to bring more businesses to you. And so that was the buy-in they got, even though they're using it also for City Hall. Not all the dollars going to City Hall, just part of it's going for the debt service for City Hall. So it's more than just one project. On the next slide, just wanted to give you an estimate of the hotel motel. So again, as I mentioned, the number we've been given right now is about 1.4 million. And so we grew it. We just took for the moment, 1.5%. Obviously, that's something we haven't really talking to experts yet to figure out if that's the right number, but we just want to at least give you a sense of what it might look like if we grew it at a somewhat reasonable, very conservative number. And you can see it grows up to about 1.8 million at the end. One of the things we can do is structure the debt service. We didn't do it for tonight's purposes, but we can structure it where there's more principal paid later. That means you pay more interest over time, but it does help us try to figure out how to make this work. So I just wanted to mention that because that's something that we did look at that when we were doing the Brookhaven transaction, knowing that things are going to grow over time as the values grow. So in terms of what does that look like when we put that 20-year debt up against that 1.4 million? So you can see the principal interest in total for the $45 million project, revenues available, where the red shows essentially the shortfalls. That's essentially the additional dollars we'd need to make a $45 million project work. If we go to the next slide, when we stretch it out a little bit, basically it goes from about $2 million up front, again, with this just level debt service up front, to only about 1.5 million. So stretching it out over 30 years does help. As Marquita said, one of the things we can build into the project or into the documents is actually, hey, if this thing works, we can pay off the bonds a little sooner. And so, I will say that I'm usually not one for taking a building that's probably in 20 years going to need renovating and borrowing for 30 years. Because essentially you're going to be paying for this project when you're probably putting a new roof on it and some other things. But in this case, you're trying to get into this thing. It might make sense to stretch it out a little bit, but then try to take those extra dollars and pay it off sooner than the 30 years. So next steps is continue working, which I know Mr. Golden and his team is working on, trying to get the audit finalized for 24 and then get started on 25. That will allow us to get to the rating agencies and get out and do the actual bond issue. So we've got a little bit of time for you all to think about where you want to go in terms of how do we pay it back. Because one of the things we will need is when we get in front of the agencies, we need to explain to them how we're going to pay it back. What is the source of revenues to pay it back? And obviously we're the hotel motel, at least that amount is not going to do it by itself. I understand there is some dollars that we've talked about. There's some dollars that have been set aside in that hotel motel, maybe 6 million that's sitting there. So we can help downsize the project a little bit. But part of that is also figuring out what the pool is going to cost. And so that's the next point, which is finalizing the cost. And if you all, I know there's some, obviously we've talked about it before, the auditorium, City Hall, or the old City Hall. You know, if there's those projects we want to add in there, we need to know what kind of dollar amounts we're thinking about there so we can start working toward again, finding revenues to pay it back. And so also, I mentioned this in February. I want to mention this again. I know this is, I think the city attorney was going to work through some of this as well. My understanding is the project that we're going to build the rec center on is currently in somebody else's name. We will need to get it in the city's name in order to make these documents work going through that intergovernmental revenue agreement. So that's just something I don't want us to forget about and get to the last minute and go, oh wait, we can't do this. We got to work this out. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware that is something we'll need to figure out before we actually can issue debt. So, Madam Mayor, happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any questions? Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So my question is, and you talked about the revenue and the city auditorium, city hall, and the recreation center. I know we've had a discussion with our Conventions Visitors Bureau in possibly having space for conventions to draw in more funds for the hotel motel tax.
Okay.
What would that, providing a space for that or a building for that?
I guess what you're thinking is program revenues, basically additional revenues coming from the program itself being, the auditorium being used for conventions and whatnot, maybe some type of sharing agreement?
That could be. It depends on the size.
Sure.
Because it has to be a large enough size that it'll hold enough people that the revenues would come in to, to basically pay for itself.
Right.
And I know they talked about redoing the city auditorium to hold different events in there, which could help that cost as well.
Sure.
So when you talked about that, but what does the financing, what financing would best be where it's not, that is put back on the residents?
So I think Marquita mentioned this earlier, which is the intergovernmental issuing debt that way gives you the most flexibility for bringing different types of revenues to the table. So we're not pledging one specific, but it's, you're using different streams. So we've got the hotel motel, obviously a big number, and if we can piecemeal some other pieces, at the end of the day, the credit is really not the revenues. It's at the end of the day, you're going to pay it out of your general fund if you come up short. So really it comes back to you all being comfortable that if we were to use, let's say, convention center program revenues, if it comes up short, we got to figure out where the money's going to come from out of the general fund at the end of the day, because that's the credit, the ultimate deep pocket, if you will. It's kind of like, I'm coming up with an analogy of when I had my first credit card, my mother co-signed with it, and if I didn't come up with enough revenues, she's going to have to pay. So think of her as the general fund having to pay if I didn't make enough money at my first job to pay it back. So that's, you all are the deep pocket, you're the mom signing on the credit card, if you will, in order to pay that bond back. So I think that's the way to think about it, is there may be, it might be that we need multiple streams, but you all as council have to be comfortable with those numbers, because at the end of the day, what I don't want to happen is 2 years from now, you get to budget time and you've got a $200,000, $500,000 shortfall, and your budget manager is saying, well, where are we going to get this? We got to pay this debt. And so I want to make sure everybody's aware at the end of the day, you are the deep pocket.
Okay. And so, looking at this finance, and I know we talked about the recreation center, what would be, just in opinion, what would be the idea of where to, if the city decided on, okay, we're going to go this route, what would be, is it possible to do all three at the same time, or do it in phases? What?
Yeah. Either way, we can do them all at the same time, or you can do them in phases if you feel like maybe there's a revenue stream coming later that you need, that maybe we've identified that's going to happen later and we need to push it off. So we can go back to the well if we need to a couple different times. Now, obviously, there's additional costs for doing that up front. It'd be better to do them all at once if you're ready to go. But the intergovernmental revenue option gives you the ability to go back more than once if you need to.
So basically, if we decided to do all three, it's best to do it at the same time.
You're going to save, you could definitely do that. You're going to save the most money as far as upfront costs than coming back 2 years later or a year later and doing a separate issue, for sure. There's a little bit of maybe some continuity because it's only a year or two later that we're just updating a few things and maybe not take as much time. But at the end of the day, it's going to be about coming up with the revenues. And adding those two more projects is going to be an additional revenues you've got to come up with. So it's really back to, I hate to keep throwing it back, but at the end of the day, it's coming back to figuring out how to pay it back, make sure you're comfortable with that, because we need a plan to be able to talk to the rating agencies and say, this is the way we plan on paying it back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I just have a question about the SSD. So that geo area, it doesn't have to specifically, so we're talking about right now the rec center, building out the rec center. So that SSD, that geo area, it doesn't have to be specifically around that particular area because council, we can, and the city manager's offices have, they make the determination of what they want to include in
What you want to
geo.
circle, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of, just as an example, Brookhaven, literally, if you look at their SSD, it's basically their main thoroughfares because that's where all the businesses are.
Right.
So it's just this weird-looking spider district, if you will, because they wanted to not include any residences. And I don't remember where they came out on apartments, but because I know that was a discussion point. But because the question is that who's really being taxed there? Is it the person living there, or is it the person who owns it, which is a business?
Okay.
But that's another whole discussion. But you have but you, council, makes the decision
Make
of.
the decision, okay.
Yes,
So I just
ma'am.
wanted to make sure I was clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As opposed to a CID, which you talked about, which is self-imposed, they get to choose how they want to draw it up, the businesses.
Okay, all right, thank you. I yield.
And thank you so much for your presentation, but this question is probably geared towards the city manager because it's been mentioned several times, but I keep hearing the talk about a pool, which is fine. It absolutely is fine, but one thing I do know is that the cost of the maintenance of a pool can lead up to $2.4 million per year with the water, the chemicals, the electricity, all of that goes into pool maintenance. I also want to mention that there are, I believe, how many pools does the city of East Point have right now that are not in use? Has there been discussion? But wasn't there two in the city at one point in
They
time?
filled them in with concrete because white people didn't want to swim with black people. Like, we don't have any pools. This under the East Point Historical Society. And John D. Milner Park was the black pool where we
Right.
have the park and the grass area, and the white pool was at East Point Historical Society. They filled them both in with concrete. Well, I know they filled the white one in with concrete because they didn't want black people swimming with white people. We don't have pools.
They're commonly referred to as ghost pools for that reason.
Never heard that.
Okay, so if there are ghost pools, have there been any discussions about reigniting those pools for openings? Has anyone thought about that? It's two pools, well, not ghost pools in East Point.
Well, as the mayor had mentioned, filled in with concrete, you can't bring those pools back. They're more of a symbolic artifact, if you will, of our progress as a community. I think the conversations of pools really come out of the community outreach, and the feedback of pools are coming through the citizen desires. We haven't really went into any deep study of what it would cost for operations or other aspects, which you're correctly in identifying would increase operation costs in providing those services. But that would definitely have to happen.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't see anyone else in right now. I have several questions. Let's go back to slide 1. It mentions a potential library. Who talked about a library? Libraries are Fulton County purview. Libraries are a part of the Fulton County responsibility.
I thought it came from this side, but I'm going from memory.
I think he's referring to the city library that is currently abandoned.
Oh, so doing something with the old library, but not building a library. So I think we should clarify that, because when I read a potential library, it sounds like
I didn't realize that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I heard library, and that's why I didn't hear old.
Yeah, seems like we're trying to consider building a library, which is under the purview of Fulton County, and their $990 million, almost $1 billion budget, I'm sure. So we just talked about ghost pools, and these ghost funds continue to increase. So we had 33 million ghost funds. Now we're at 45 million ghost funds. There's been as to what the city manager said, there's been no real analysis or study, like a real numbers. We're just pulling numbers out the sky, increasing the ghost funds, and I don't know if he's probably going to do a $12 million increase of ghost funds to the budget that was just approved. So like, I think the concern I have is you basically said revenue bonds are out, which would be hotel, motel tax revenue. I guess you're thinking from the TPD, tourism product development versus an unrestricted portion, because there hasn't been the feasibility study to determine whether or not there will be enough revenue coming from the rec center to actually service the debt. So then you mentioned using the unrestricted portion of the hotel motel tax, which took a 70% hit at one point during COVID, right? Given all the turmoil and volatility happening at the federal level now, there's predictions or projections that there may be some severe economic impact. And so I just ran numbers from 2020 revenue for hotel motel tax compared to the last 4 quarters. So quarter 1 and 2 of 2025, quarter 3 and 4 of 2024. In 2020, the first quarter revenue receipts, which was the quarter that ends in March, was $366,545 compared to the first quarter of 2025 that ended in March, which was $525,348.29. The second quarter in 2020, which ended in June, the unrestricted portion was only $156,359.03 compared to the second quarter in 2025, which ended in June of 2025, which was $402,403. In 2020, the third quarter ending in September of 2020, the revenue unrestricted was $215,738.87. Your projection is $1.4 million with inflation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In the third quarter of September of 2024, and in September 2024, it's $462,623.78. Fourth quarter in 2020, December, year of COVID, $205,318.46. The fourth quarter in December of 2024, ending December 2024, $457,070.08. The total hotel motel tax revenue, where you're projecting $1.4 million a year with inflation, In 2020 was $943,961.36. The total for the last 4 quarters, the first 2 of this year, last 2 of last year, $1,847,445.15, which basically the 943 is 51% of that total, which is a 49% decrease, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so what's interesting to me is that we ruled out revenue. So we're talking about general obligation bonds or intergovernmental contract. The intergovernmental contract is literally a backdoor way around getting resident approval for something that we're still going to pledge full faith and credit of the city on. And if there's a gap, we're still going to have to use the general fund to pay it.
Yes, ma'am.
So while others are using it, you mentioned the example of a city hall. Maybe people don't mind using general fund money to pay for a city hall if there's a gap, right? But this backdoor way around getting the residents' approval for a general obligation bond through a referendum when we're still using the full faith and credit of the city, and we would have to bridge any gaps, and if we're using a hotel motel tax unrestricted portion as a revenue source, and we have all the upheaval in the country, which means that could potentially decrease, we are putting ourselves in a position, a very uncertain position, of pulling $45 million of ghost funds out the sky to just say, this is what we think, right? Without being able to be fiscally responsible and say, this is what we really can do. I think the bylaws of the building authority require that that they are responsible for any city facilities or buildings. So this wouldn't be BIDA, this would be the building authority if we go the backdoor route of an intergovernmental contract per those bylaws. But I think, while there's a unanimous agreement or approval of wanting to put a rec center in Ward D, the continued increasing of ghost funds for this without a real understanding of where it's coming from, and ultimately, with the 2 recommendations now, it's coming from the general fund, right? Like, at the end of the day, the full faith and credit of the city, they're gonna use the 200, really we have a $209 million with about 30 million ghost fund budget right now, but like they're gonna use that as full faith and credit for these bonds, and if something should happen, our residents are on the line for that. The special service district, is that like a tax allocation district? Is that similar to a TAD, or are they different?
It's different. So the tax allocation district basically is, you start with whatever additional over a base. This is basically, it's like a separate tax.
Right, so it's a separate tax potentially on commercial owners, and if we're thinking, and I think we should really listen to what the financial advisor is saying, while we are trying to be it sounds like there is a very strong sentiment to be singularly focused on the recreation center. The recommendation is that we think about the rec center, the auditorium, like the old library, like the city projects at once, and potentially do them all together, because we've been talking about renovating the auditorium for multiple years, right? So it's not a singular conversation. The recommendation is that we think about all of the projects, but over in Camp Creek, there's already, as you mentioned, the CID where the property owners have already voluntarily assessed themselves an additional tax. If we're thinking singularly about the rec center, the only businesses over there are these industrial businesses, public storages, right? And then you have a lot of residents. So this says commercial only, for instance. Have there been instances where that, because of, maybe the lack of sentiment from the commercial businesses, then those cities or other places are looking to the residents to once again, right, end up funding this? Does that happen, or is it generally only commercial? Because we would be asking that area, Camp Creek businesses, or to pay an additional tax on top of the one that they're already paying, or these industrial businesses to pay into a special service district along with public storages, or The rest of that is residential.
I don't know that I've heard of an SSD that has a lot of residences or any residence in it.
So it's all been commercial?
I think the idea has been, how do we take it off the back of residences?
Correct, and then we're increasing property taxes for commercial businesses, so that's good to know that we're not contemplating, or there won't be a recommendation for residents, but again, if there's gap funding, it's still the full faith and credit
Right.
of the city, which an intergovernmental contract is basically taking the decision away from residents to basically make a decision ourselves, which will ultimately have the same effect of what resident approval will require. The status of the FY 2024 audit, that I was told that it was going to be coming within the next week or so. Am I correct, or are we talking about 23? I thought we were talking about 24.
It's 23. 24 will be starting in the next week or so.
24 will be started in the next week or so?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jones, it would be helpful for me if you could send me information about the status of the audits and some real timelines that we're really committing to. You know, we've been told previously that we'd be further along than we are right now. I don't know what the challenges are, but that needs to be taken care of ASAP, and we need to get some real level of commitment versus moving the goalposts repeatedly. I would just say, based upon this presentation, so as to not backdoor our residents, it would seem that a general obligation bond should be what we are exploring with some real numbers. And so the question will be, when will we get those? Because, you know, we pulled $35 million out the sky, now we're pulling $12 million out the sky for a pool, adding to the ghost fund pools. Like, what is it really? And what are we really contemplating for? Because, again, if there needs to be a referendum, the November election is quickly approaching. And if it's not then, it's going to be another election. But I think to go an intergovernmental contract route and basically work ourselves around the approval of the residents for something where ultimately it is going to be backed by the full faith and credit of the city, being backed by the general fund, being backed by our budget, does not seem like it would be the most, the option that has the most, I don't say credibility or good faith or transparency that people talk a lot about, right? Like, literally, why would we backdoor the residents? Why won't we go to the residents and get their permission to make sure, but since it's still going to be ultimately the general fund's responsibility.
Yeah, so thank you. So I heard a couple of things just now. So I know you mentioned earlier potentially building everything at once, correct?
Sure.
And then what I'm hearing right now is if we really haven't identified the funds, well, there's not a concrete plan on where this money is going to come from.
Right.
So the way I think about this is the more we build, the more liability we have. If we want to build auditorium, we want to build a center, we want to build a gym. And these venues are expected to make some type of revenue to cover the cost of the service to bonds.
Yeah, and I will say this, from our experience, the likelihood of it covering 100% of operations and debt service is unlikely.
I hear you. So, I mean, I just had concerns about that anyway, because I'm not sure how much.
Even rec centers, unfortunately.
You're right, or like an auditorium or a convention. I'm not sure how much money
Especially those,
it would
yeah.
cost to build and what would be, the cost.
So
of
that's why I
benefit.
say there's probably needs to be multiple revenue streams to come in, because they themselves are not going to stand by themselves, which is part of the reasons why the revenue bond would not make any sense.
Okay. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember McCormick?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you again. So my question, I know we have an option, you could potentially, I know there's the rec center that's on the table, and there's also an option. I know there's some other things that we want to get done with regards to Old City Hall, the auditorium, the library. Doing one at a time, possibly doing them all together. I think, but the biggest thing is we need numbers. Just as, you know, how much is it going
ma'am.
to cost to build the rec center?
Right.
For what it is that we're doing with the auditorium, how much is it going to cost for that? How much is it going to cost? I think in that way, because it's just kind of like all in the air right now. We really don't know what it is that we're looking at. But what you're doing is you just presented us with a series of options. You can go A, B,
Yes,
C,
ma'am.
or D.
You're absolutely correct. And that's kind of, we talked a little bit about it in February. It's like, I'd be happy to try to run and crunch numbers and things, but I don't have any sense. I think years ago, when this building was being completed, I think it was $6 million was the number it was talked about for auditorium, and I'm sure it's a lot higher now. I have no idea what the City Hall, never heard a number on that one. And the old library, I'm not sure what the purpose of that's going to be, what it's going to be used for. So, yeah, we'd be grasping for straws right now. So we've got time to now get somebody on it and figure it out, but it's a matter of you all directing somebody to go that route.
Yeah, so just from what I gathered, I mean, and the mayor, that's a very, you know, it's a very valid point. I mean, we don't want it to seem as though we're backdooring the residents. But if you do the SSD, it's something that goes, and we just say potentially, we'll just use it for the commercial businesses, then the residents aren't impacted. But I think the biggest thing is, for me, I just kind of like to see everything out on the table.
Sure. Yeah, and Ms. Jackson made a good point of timing with the GOs, and you've got some time because we don't have any numbers yet, and we're still working through the audit. So it's probably too late, frankly, to go to a November election.
Right.
Because you still got to go to the courts and all that, and I don't see that happening, frankly. So you're probably looking at next spring. I think there's maybe elections. I can't remember if there's a March election next year. I apologize, but I think may be an option next year. So you've got some time to do that. One thing I'd like to just remind council on the GO side is if you decide to go to the referendum route, not that you are going to, but you have the ability for an additional tax on top of the real estate, should you need it. That's part of what the referendum, and so as part of the information count that, you know, that you give your constituents before the vote, we need to let them know what revenues are we going to have to hopefully not have to go that route and actually have an additional tax. But it's a separate bond tax just on the part of your assessed values that are bond eligible.
Right. Okay, and, you know, while I value, you know, everything that you're saying, I think, and I don't know who we'll just say as a whole, kind of like the cart before the horse, because we really don't know what all this stuff is going to cost. And because you really don't know what it's going to cost, you really can't strategize with regards to how we're going to pay for it.
Right.
So I think the biggest thing, just for all, you know, the whole kit and caboodle, what is it going to cost for a rec center without a pool? Renovation of the auditorium, the library. So I think that's the biggest thing. So I don't know. I don't think that's on your end. But
sure.
That's just
well, and tonight, what I was hoping to get you would get out of tonight, what I'm bringing to you is, here's what $45 million costs.
Okay.
At least you can see at 4.5%, I'm rounding here, 4.5% of interest at 20 years and 30 years, what it would cost. You decide what projects you want to do within that 45. And then if it needs to go up by 10%, just take that debt service number and multiply it by, 10% more. That'll at least give you a sense of what to work with as you're starting to discuss as a team here.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin, right?
And thank you so much, Councilmember Cummings, for your comments. But what I wanted to say was this: looking at the next steps, this falls on our city manager. Like continuing to finalize the FY24 audit and work on the 25 audit, that falls on Mr. Jones. Also, finalizing construction costs of the recreation center and pool, like you said, with or without the pool, that again falls on our city manager to work with these people presenting here tonight to get back to us with solid information that we can use. Mr. Jones, it also states here that the property should be moved into the city's name for an intergovernmental revenue bond. Has that process even been started yet, or is this tonight the first time you're hearing of this? Because I know I provided the MOU to you a couple of months back. Huh? Okay. So these next steps fall on our city manager. Today is July 14th. I believe that we're all in agreement that we want development in our city. We want a rec center, we want the auditorium downtown, but this falls on our city manager, like these next steps. So I guess, what do? We put this back on the August agenda and you'll have some updates for us by then with the construction costs of the rec center with and without the pool. I think I heard City Hall and the auditorium.
So I'd like to remind the council, because I've gotten some comments that kind of indicate you may have forgotten that we've engaged a design firm that is actually working on those items. So if you can recall, that approval called for $33 million estimates at that time. So they're at work designing $33 million. As a part of the same contract, there was also a addition or an addendum that had for consideration for a pool. So there's a separate pool consultant that's within that design firm. And based on, at that time, wasn't very sure based on the citizen feedback if that was going to be explored or not. But apparently there was enough feedback to trigger that analysis. So I believe that firm was to have, and I have to go back on the dates, but there was a timeline that was provided in that contract to have those design figures laid out.
Okay, and that's for the rec center. So
And that's
now,
for the rec center with potentially the pool aspect.
okay, and without, correct?
I didn't hear the last part, I'm
With
sorry.
and without the pool, correct?
Yes, with and
All right,
without.
so now I've also heard about the city hall and also the auditorium. So what about construction costs for those items as well?
I can look into the auditorium because most of that work have been done. There may be some requirements to do a refresher because I believe it may be in around the 3 to 4 year old deal, and usually those things start to have a time that they need to be refreshed around 5 years or so. But those I could dig up and figure out where we are there and have a report back relatively soon on as easy as it is for me to find that information.
All right, so we can put this on the work session agenda, or will that information appear?
You can put it on the work section. Then,
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and I know there's been conversations in reference to the rec center, but let me ask you this. You mentioned putting something on to vote, or putting something on the ballot. Was that something that the residents would have to vote on to be charged an additional tax?
No, ma'am. So I think that what the mayor is referring to is to put a vote to the citizens to issue debt, a bond referendum. It would be up to you all whether you actually wanted to tax them or not. But you have the option to. When you do a bond referendum in the state of Georgia, you basically have what you call a bond millage rate that you can issue up to the value of, let's just say $3 million is the debt service. Whatever the millage works out to be for $3 million, you can do a separate tax on real estate if you want to.
I'm not for
understand.
taxing residents.
No, I understand. I wanted to let you all know that.
Yeah.
Didn't want to be guilty of somebody saying, well, you didn't bring that up.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to know you could.
Yeah.
If we've got $3 million of revenue from hotel motel and other things, then you can use that to pay the GO bond. But to the mayor's point, you've gotten the buy-in from the citizens that said, yes, we want these projects.
You might have the buy-in, but they don't have the.
Right.
they
I just wanted
didn't say
to
they
be
wanted
clear
to
so
be
nobody didn't say, you didn't tell us that.
Taxed more. But here's my question to the city manager. So when you say $33 million, that's to design the rec center, correct? That doesn't include construction.
No,
Okay.
that would include construction. So
So the 33,000, the 33 million includes construction as well.
Yeah, so let me explain a little bit about the process that has been engaged. So the city spent roughly around $2 million to bring in an architectural firm to design certain aspects of a recreation center. Those aspects include the facility as well as potential add-on of the swimming pool. We created a addendum to allow that to be designed to be added into the plans for either expansion or current construction all at one time. So those numbers basically was a not to exceed number. So if you can imagine you building a house and you hire an architect, you tell your architect, look, you cannot build me a house over $2 million or $1 million or 500,000 or whatever that number is. We basically gave them a number that says your number not to exceed is $33 million with an additional amount for a swimming pool. And that's where the estimates come from. So those estimates that the financial advisor is using aren't necessarily estimates from nowhere. They're actually estimates based on the maximum that we've contracted our architect, our designers to come up with, to come back with. I haven't seen in my professional career architects that are well below the numbers that we give them not to exceed. They tend to design right up to the point of where we say not to exceed at. So I think, at least in my professional opinion, it's reasonable to assume that those numbers are going to come back somewhere around that number. Hence the reason why we move forward with our budget to reflect the planning for an anticipated number around what we have contracted our architects with.
So we basically budgeted for $33 million without actually having a plan as to how it's going to be paid.
That is correct. So this is much like the chicken and the egg approach. Those numbers come in around the same time. So we have talked about how to build performance, getting an idea of what our operations look like, looking at what type of program revenues will come in. We're talking about various other revenues where the financial advisor has walked us through some of our options there. Now we start to hone in on what are some of those actual operating costs going to look like, as well as the architects coming in with the hard numbers of what the facility looks like. There's also going to be room to do what they call value engineering. We'll get some renderings of what things look like, and based on what we think we can accomplish operationally speaking, we can change some of those plans and basically work down on some of those things so that our ultimate design it makes sense and is pertinent to actual operations. So there's a lot of give and take, a lot of room to hone in on those numbers. These are very round estimates. No contracts get signed, nothing, we're not spending any money until all these things are figured out for us. And I can tell you that the financial advisor will be the first one to tell you if we don't have a solid plan, we're not going to get the financial backing, no matter how much capacity we might have to actually get those kind of funds. So there is a lot of work that still has to be done. We're just kind of starting to get the picture, and as the days and months go by, we'll be sharpening that picture and getting closer to the reality before we're signing off on anything.
So let me ask you this, what is the priority of the city?
What is the priority for what again?
What is the priority? What is your top priority? Because it's very clear that this should have been vetted before you put $33 million in the budget, not knowing how it's going to be paid. And I'm going to say this. I feel that your focus has been on 2 pennies when it really should have been on how we're going to pay for this rec center. what are the options that we have to pay for the city auditorium? Things that's actually going to drive the cost up for the city, things that's actually going to bring people, visitors into the city. And we have this, and thank you, but how to pay it, we don't have that. We have hopes, wishes, dreams, possibility, but nothing solid.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. So once again, I'm hearing a couple different things. So I don't think we have, as a council, have come to a consensus on these other projects. I think our main priority should be a rec center and something with a swimming pool. If we don't know where the money's coming from this, and we're worried about it coming out the general fund later, how are we going to take on 3 other projects? I think first and foremost, our focus should be on the youth, the kids, give them activities somewhere they might learn how to swim one day. You know, they can actually occupy their minds in a rec center. I don't necessarily see that in the auditorium, or, you know, it'd be nice, or like renovations on City Hall. So I think we need to focus on one thing. If there are, if we're kind of not have a concrete plan on how to build something, I think that's going to be more beneficial for the city. I think we have to worry about the other stuff later, which is my opinion. I say one, come to a consensus on it. Because some of those things I don't, you know, we don't know how much that's going to cost. Now y'all want to, you know, do all this other stuff, when I think the only thing we have come to the consensus on was the rec center. So that's my statement. Thanks.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you for your presentation. So, you know, I do think that we need to have these conversations in tandem. You know, what's the scope of the project, how many buildings, what's it going to look like, as well as where is this money coming from. We need to have both these conversations happening at the same time so that we can figure these things out. Additionally, you know, it doesn't really get us anywhere to blame people for different things. I mean, we're the ones, council, we're the ones that, you know, want to make these things better. We want to renovate these buildings. We want to build a new rec center. So, you know, we really just need to have productive communication on this and what it is that we want. And we're the ones that need to set the priorities and come to consensus with that, or else we're just not going to be able to get anything done. You know, this presentation was great. Thank you for laying out our options, because I believe that's what the breadth of this conversation was supposed to be about. And I think that this gives us a good idea on what our options are, on where the money is going to come from. Thank you.
So consensus, I don't know if it was before I got on council, when I got on council, the whole Save the Block movement is what resulted in saving the City Hall, the old auditorium, and the old library. And a consensus commitment to this community at that time that we would do those projects. That's years ago. Like, I probably was a council member then. And I've been mayor, I'm in my 8th year as mayor, right? Consensus seems like every 4 years, the last 4 years ago, is when we approved doing a $2 million design for the rec center, for the appearance that we're making progress on the rec center. 4 years later, we approved $33 million of ghost funds without a plan, without information to be able to tell the residents we're building a rec center, which is nowhere near term. How did we, Mr. Jones, how did we come up with, before I ask this question, Councilman Shropshire, to your question, there can be a referendum to our residents to get approval on issuing a government obligation, did I say that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, general obligation bond without a tax assessment. Mr. Courtney was just sharing that's also an option,
right?
But we can do it without a tax assessment. basically to get their permission to use the full faith and credit general fund to be able to service this debt if our projections, if there's a gap in that. So I wanted to address that. Mr. Jones, where did we get the $33 million figure from? I'm still unclear on that. So it's one thing to tell architects to design a building up to $33 million. It's another to tell them to here are the specs, design a building, and we'll see how much it costs, because it might not be $33 million. So how do we come up with $33 million as the not to exceed amount for the rec center?
Okay, so I think it was my first day on the job, the city council approved a contract with a design firm for the recreation center. In that information, that packet, it clearly establishes the number of which to design. That number of which to design represents how much that project would cost. So when they design, they don't just come up with nice, colorful pictures. They actually check and design things with construction in mind. So they're constantly checking prices with construction companies as they go through the work of putting and designing a project. So at the end of their work, we would have the design for construction. So
I totally get that part. That's not my question.
Well, that's where you get the number from then.
But we already gave them a number. You said at the end of the process, we'd have a number. We've already given them a number. So if you don't know because it was on your first day and it was already in the document, that's one thing.
No,
and then I can ask other staff how we came up with the $33 million. But what you just explained to me is a process that comes up with a number at the end. You said then we know the cost. Exactly. That's designing based upon specs, and then you come up with the amount. You also said that if you give architects a number of $33 million, they're going to design something very close to that. It's not likely that it's going to come in less than that or substantially less than that.
That's likely.
So my question is, where did the $33 million number come from? And you may not know because you may not have been here at the time. I will just dig deeper because that wouldn't be on you. If the number was already determined when you got here, that's one thing. I need to shift my focus and ask questions somewhere else. But we basically said, instead of what you described, go through the process, not just give us pictures. We clearly wouldn't expect pictures at $2 million. We'd expect something more. Determine different costs, and then at the end come up with an amount, which is designing based upon specs and coming up with an amount based upon that versus saying $33 million is your max. Go out and design a building at that amount, and you said they're not likely to come in much less than that. So if it predates you, that's fine. I can try to get the information somewhere else, but I'm trying to figure out where we came up with a $33 million price from and where we came up with a price of a pool at $12 million. Like, where did those numbers come from? Because what you just explained to me is a logical process where you determine the amount after they do the design and come up with the cost. But you don't tell them to design up to an amount. Maybe you give them a range or something, but like we have said, $33 million for a rec center and $12 million for a pool. And so if you don't know, that's fine, because it might predate you.
Well, I only mentioned the timing of it to indicate it was the council's priority well before I got on board, which you've also shared your experiences being on council and how long it has been to get to this point. The city has spent $2 million. I know it's a drop in the bucket when you're talking about 40 million or 30 million or what have you, but it does indicate a priority. And so understanding that priority from day one, I realized that this is important for the city council. So up until this point, before the design team was contracted, the city was in the practice of utilizing planning numbers of 15 million to basically indicate that this has been a priority, and we want to make sure that we have some funds, some planning, some capital improvement planning in place, so that when the project goes live, we're not totally unsuspecting what that project could cost. Since then, the council has approved a contract with the design firm to design up to a certain amount, not to exceed. And so my comments to say, out of my professional opinion, I have not seen, say, an architect given a limit of, say, 33 million, come back with a project of 15 million. I just haven't seen it. Not saying it's never possible, but I have never seen it. So understanding my experience in that world, I told finance it doesn't make sense to go into a budget only with 15 million when we know we have a signed agreement signed off by the city council to design up to 33 million. So hence, it only makes responsible if we're going to be utilizing planning budgets in a way that a capital improvement plan would typically be done, to utilize 33 million. That's all we're saying. We still have plenty of room through value engineering to make a project a little less, if that's what the council desires, but you'll actually have, like most people do in building a home, you'll basically say, oh, I think we can do without the marble counters. Okay, so let's take that off. Or I think we can do without the extra bathroom for the guest room, so we can take that off. We'll have that exchange. We'll be able to do that to get numbers where council feels more comfortable if 33 is not the number. But we're at least now in the planning in the planning area. So should we build something anywhere close to the 33 million, our overall budget will actually reflect the actual project versus introducing 33 new million dollars into a budget that, you know, we all know that there's going to be some activity, some capital improvement that is going to reflect that. So again, we went through the budget process. I explained the reasoning that you would utilize capital improvement planning dollars like most capital improvement budgets have. You don't have all of that money all at one time. That's why typically they look at usually 5 years, because you put a little to the side, put a little to the side, till you get to the point where you can actually pay for that capital improvement or introduce bonding, so you at least know how to service that debt for that capital improvement. The budget, like I explained, is a planning document. It does not mean it expends all of those dollars. It means that we are planning to expend all of those dollars in these certain circumstances should they come to fruition. So that being said, that number comes from planning numbers, and as those numbers get more real, as the planning gets closer to being complete, we'll have a clearer picture of what that budget looks like for that capital improvement. We're starting the process now through this presentation to start giving ourselves strategies on how to pay for a project of this nature, and we'll have other planning processes, things that we can consider feasibility studies, things that we consider performa developments for program revenues that we haven't fully explored yet. We'll have other opportunities through the different things that the financial advisor has just opened the door and showed us things to consider. All these things happen at the same time.
So what's the funding source in the current budget that was approved with the $33 million expense of a building? What's the revenue source?
The only revenue source that's been presented now has been hotel motel, but we already know that that is going to only be one piece of a multiple revenue strategy.
So we don't have in the budget the total revenue side that equals the $33 million expense side. Not only that, we increase the amount for the rec center by 55%. 15 million to 33 million is a 55% increase without having that information. And so, you mentioned how much has been spent on the rec center. Have you looked at how much has been spent over the years over the auditorium? and the commitments to the community on that?
I've seen roughly $2 million as well.
So we're equal 2 million and 2 million for both projects. And there was a decision that hasn't been made by this council. The council hasn't decided whether or not we're going to focus on one project, and if we do, how do we determine it? Because we made a commitment to residents years ago about the auditorium, which we spent an equal $2 million amount on. So we're going to pick one. How are we going to do that? And there's been no discussion as of late on the auditorium from the city manager or any information brought to us on that. And if not, our financial advisor is saying it may be more fiscally responsible, or we will possibly save money by not doing multiple bond issuance, but coming up with a total amount regarding the projects we would like to do, and there may be a cost-benefit analysis around that. So where we currently are is 33 million plus possibly a $12 million amendment to the budget of another 12 million to make this $45 million ghost fund amount, without a total picture of that's the expense on the revenue side, where it's coming from, with the also prior discussions and consensus on other projects to the community, with a recommendation from the financial advisor that we look at them more holistically than singularly focused on a project, but looking at our city and our projects as a whole. And so, you know, again, if there's been equal amounts spent on the auditorium and the rec center, I find it interesting that we're having a singular conversation, and that we're not looking at, in order to ultimately make a decision. We might look at all of them and then decide to prioritize one or whatever, but let's not act like this is the only project that has been talked about, maybe in the last 18 months or so since we've had new people on council, but there's been commitments to this community around renovating the auditorium, identifying funding sources for that, and again, the volatility and unpredictability and instability of the hotel motel tax fund, especially given what's going on in the country, looking at what happened when we just had a pandemic, the first in a century, right? And what people are predicting right now, given all that's happening, is that there may be some dire economic impacts looming. Like, let's have a real conversation and let's tell our people the truth. We also have put those funds in our budget, and the recommendation is either a general obligation bond or an installment contract, not a revenue bond, which would be, okay, we can just say it's coming from the hotel motax. General obligation is we have to get the permission of our residents to use the full faith and credit of this city to back those bonds. Or option B, backdoor them and do an installment contract, and I really don't think that that's what we should be doing, especially with as much as there's talk about transparency and making sure people know what's happening. So if that's the case, we've included in the budget something we don't have permission to do yet. And to me, that's somewhat disrespectful to our residents, because we've already said this is what we want to do, then we're going to go to you and say do it. I mean, even when we did T-Splosh, we didn't include the $5-7 million a year that we were going to get before the referendum got approved. Even with most, we didn't approve those funds and put them in the budget before the referendum was approved. We got the permission of the people, and then we did that. So it's not that we're not trying to move forward. It's not that we don't want this project, but I think we need to be real and have real conversations with our community and tell them what we really are considering and what that all looks like, versus make over-promising and under-delivering and creating these expectations that we don't know right now that we'll be able to fulfill if they don't give us the permission to do it. If we decide that, you know, we cannot come up with the full So multiple streams of revenue I've heard multiple times, and so hotel motel tax may be one. What's the other streams? Because the only other revenues we generally get that we can divvy up in that way is property tax. Can't use enterprise funds.
Right.
You can't use electric rate funds, and you can't use water. You can't use enterprise funds to service debt on a governmental building. So like, what is it going to look like? And so we thought for quite a bit. I see Councilmember Clemens and Councilmember Ziegler. I think we said put this also back on the August work session. I do appreciate what you shared with us. This is exactly what we need to be able to have these conversations. The special service district would be double taxing possibly commercial businesses over in that area already that have a CID, or, you know, are the industrial businesses who really don't provide much benefit to our community really gonna tax themselves to build a rec center? Not likely. There's nothing else in that area but a public storage. Not likely, right? So then we assess them, they don't want to pay, we end up in court with them fighting it, or we don't get the collections and we've issued these bonds and it's going to fall back on the full faith and credit of this city.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And the general fund to actually service this debt. So we need to go to the people. You're right, we probably missed November already, but the people of this city need to decide if bonding is going to be the route, because this is a substantial amount of money. And this is a long-term commitment that we are trying to make with Residence Fund. Comments and
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we've taken a lot from this meeting, and I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing is those projects that we want to move forward with. The biggest thing is figuring out exactly what it is that we want to do, what it's going to cost. Once we figure out what it is that we're going to do and what it's going to cost, then we'll figure out what's going to be the best way to pay for it. If it's, I mean, like you said, from my understanding, I think the solicitation was put out for what we wanted for a rec center. We went with this company, they came back based on what they found, these were the numbers. I think, from my understanding, that may be where the 33 million came from. Then, like the city manager said, give and take. We don't know exactly what it is. This is just a rough draft, just kind of what it is that we say, hey, we can build this for 33 million. Hey, like you say, we may not need a restroom. We take off money there. So there are different things that we can do with this, but I think as opposed to us just kind of, because we going back and forth now. We know what it is that we'd like to do. Of course, we want to see the city move forward. But I think the biggest thing is to figure out what's going to be the priority. Are we going to do them all at the same time? Are we going to do it one at a time? Whatever it is that we do, what is it going to cost? Once we figure out what it's going to cost, then we can figure out what's the best way to pay for it. Taxing businesses, if the residents want to take on another tax, the GO bonds, intergovernment, I mean, you've given us a list of things, a list of options. So I think we're at the very beginning of what it is that we need to do now. It's just a matter of moving forward. And just so we don't keep, you know, just kind of going back and forth. I mean, we know what it is that we're up against now, what it is that we need to do. So I think it's now going to be a conversation with council, city manager for what it is, how we like to proceed with moving forward. But this is a wealth of information, a whole bunch of, you know, stuff that we can use. At least we do have options now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm not sure if they'll invite you back or if we need you in August. I mean, this is
Sure.
definitely a lot of information. What we need now are numbers.
Understand.
What we need now
Our
are
job is to bring you
numbers, not
information.
just-
That's right. Our job is to bring you information, let you all make the decisions.
Correct.
I'll be talking with staff and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we need numbers on auditorium, rec center, renovation of the old city hall, old city library. Like, those are projects that have been talked about for years. Once we have them, if we want to make a decision around prioritization, we can, but we can't just have a singular conversation, and so that's not on you. We look forward to, on August work session, if we can make the item be city facility projects. Update on update on projects for new city facilities. Yeah, update on projects for new city facilities.
Quick question, is it a actual agenda item or a presentation?
I'm thinking it's still just a presentation. We're not ready
Okay.
for action, so we could just put it on there and maybe keep it on as a presentation as we get more information each month, so that the community is being made aware of where we really are, and we're having a public forum and a public discussion of the realities of this project or projects versus, over-promising, under-delivering, and making things sound like they are much further along than they are. So, update on projects for new city facilities. Thank you so much. Next up is the ad hoc COLA for Class 4 and 5 retirees.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would like to introduce to you Mr. Jeff Swanson with Southeastern Advisory Services. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the health of the plan.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be very respectful of your time and give you just a quick update of the health of the pension plan. Does everyone have this handout in front? Okay. So Southeastern only advises defined benefit pension plans. We're based here in Atlanta. We advise about 35 pension systems in the Southeast, from Miami, city of Miami, to Midland, Texas, actually. But we started here in 2011. Executive Director Cagle at that time really overhauled the existing pension system, changing the vendors, doing competitive RFP for all of the service providers of the plan, and there are several. And really putting those practices in place 15 years ago is what's the reason for the success of the plan. In 2011, the fund was only $43 million, and if the fund had met its goal, its return goal, over that period, the assets today would be $102 million. The investments have done very well, and through compounding and exceeding the goals, today the assets, as you can see, are $182 million. And at the bottom of the page, it shows the funded ratio of the plan, how much of the assets cover the liabilities of the fund. And we work with a lot of pension systems. The funded ratio generally is between 40% and 70%. So you have a nearly fully funded pension system here. And it's really been due to putting in place best practices a long time ago that are now being taught at pension conferences today. The back page of that fund just shows a little detail of how the benefits are paid for and how many asset managers are employed by the pension system. But really the fund has worked quite well. The performance, we do rank it relative to pension systems nationally, and over a 10 and 15-year time period, the East Point Pension Fund ranks in the top 10 percentile of other pension systems across the country. So that is a quick synopsis of the health of the plan, and if there are any questions, I'll answer them. If not, I think they want to talk about the COLA today.
I think we can break it up just because the health of the plan is, I think, the foundation for talking about what you all want. And so we can have a few comments on that and then go into the recommendations or ask that you. Councilmember Shropshire.
So my question is this, the employment retirement plan, and what I see is since 2019, Class 5, actually 2024, they got a COLA, but it hasn't been consistent with Class 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, I think they're going to talk about the COLA. I'm just reviewing the investments today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
I just want to echo, I don't see anyone else in right now, but I think we have one of the strongest plans in the state, being at, what did you say, close to fully funded? I know it was in the 80s. What are we now?
You're 97%
We're
funded.
97%,
Yeah. and
almost
that-
fully funded. And when do you project we'll be at 100%?
It depends on a lot of variables. Last year, for example, you were overfunded, over 100%. 97% is a nearly fully funded plan, but it not only relies on investment performance, but also your expenses and other things. So the actuary will determine that in the next valuation, but as you can see, the trend has been very positive, and it takes a fully funded plan really to have that AA rating that was talked about in the last presentation.
Well, I want to thank you all for the assistance you provide to us. Thank you to Charlotte Cagle. Are you still board chair, pension board chair?
Executive Director, but
Yeah, well, executive director, you've been there for a long time.
this is my 20th year.
Yeah, 2 decades. Thank you.
I know I sound excited about that, but I'm like 20 years.
Thank you for your 2 decades of service, as well as the other pension board members. I know we've had council member Alexander Gothard, who's previously on there. We have a lot of amazing people, but this is something to be proud of. There are not many cities that can say that they're 97% close to fully funding their pension plan. And so I know that takes a lot of work, and I appreciate all of the work. You all get paid for it. You are volunteer. So we appreciate the combination of paid and volunteer work to really ensure that we have a very strong pension fund. So thank you so much. Councilmember Shropshire?
Yes, and I want to say back up a little bit. Thank you for your presentation, because I remember when the pension was not where it is today. And thank you all for your hard work and what you put into it in getting the city where it's at. And you're correct, by funding the pension and focusing on it has helped the city, has put the city in a good financial place when it comes to the bond rating. 'Cause I remember when it was less than 50% funded. Thank you.
I remember that too.
We've come a long way, baby. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
And on behalf of the board, we do want to thank mayor and council, and I do remind people all the time, employees especially, that you guys support them in really the best way possible, which is offering them a great benefit. So I'm going to introduce to you Scott Bauer. He's probably someone you know a little bit more familiar. He actually gives information to members about their benefits. He runs pension workshops, and Scott and I are actually co-presenting at the state school in September, board concepts and best practices. So with that, I'll introduce you to Scott Bauer.
Mayor and Council, I just want to thank you. I know many of you had a very long day already today, and we appreciate taking a few moments simply to put these matters before you. So we were to discuss a cost of living adjustment for the Class 4 and 5 retirees. To give you a little bit of background, you have an old plan and a newer plan. The people who retired under the older plan have a guaranteed cost of living adjustment. When I say guaranteed, it's not a guaranteed amount. It's up to 3% per year, but they get it based on the consumer price index determined at a certain point each year. The Class 4 and 5 retirees under the newer plan, they don't have a guaranteed increase. The board makes a recommendation to council every other year, and they get that increase when it's passed by council. So that's the difference between your Class 1, 2, and 3, as it's summarized historically on the page before you, and the Class 4 and 5 retirees. So the board has made a recommendation to council, being that every other year, that the Class 4 and 5 retired members from the city, your employees who served full careers here and have retired, that they should have an increase in 2025. So that cost has been determined. Those materials were provided to the city and for this workshop, but you may not have them in front of you right now. I do understand that. But to give you a very simple perspective on how all of that is supposed to work, the cost of living adjustment for those members, a 2 3/4% increase, because that's what the Class 1, 2, and 3 members received, is $1,249,000. Now, the city is already funding that money into the plan because the city took a stand to say, we're going to make this plan sound and healthy, and you have done that over time. So really, what this does is it doesn't change the amount of money that you're going to put in this year or next year. And really, to get the plan back to 100% funding, even with the new benefit, the Rule of 75 benefit for public safety members, you would have like another year of payment. This, as in essence, adds a year to that. So if I were making payments, I would add another year to the payments that I was making. So it's not changing the amount, it's changing the time.
All right, any questions on Councilmember Clemens?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. So with the class of 4 and 5, that's every other year that they get that they'll get a COLA? Or I know you said that we make that vote every other year.
The plan document specifically says that the board makes a recommendation to council every other year on a cost of living adjustment.
Right.
If you look at just the history of the last 10 years, which is what you have in front of you, you will see some years where even on an every other year basis, that was skipped or passed over. You will also see in the period like 2022 and 2023, when costs really were rising so rapidly for everybody, that the city provided a cost of living adjustment for 2 years in a row, but not in 2024 or yet in 2025. So the recommendation of the board was that this should be a cost of living adjustment that will begin as of January 1, 2025, though we recognize that we're now in July.
Okay, so we vote, you make the request that we vote every other year, correct? And I'm looking at when they were paid each time for those. So if you make the request or the recommendation this year, 25, it'll come back 27.
Yes.
So if we make it and we say we give it for 25, do they not get a COLA for 26? Or how does that, or are we specific in how we'd like for them to receive a COLA?
That would be specifically up to council because
Okay.
the class 4 and 5 members receive a cost of living adjustment when approved by council.
Okay, so we can make that determination now that, but even though you guys won't come back for 27, correct?
Correct. The board will make a recommendation in 2027. If merited, the council could make an approval then and act on it. They could do so in 2026. So the board recommendation is separate from action by council.
Okay. And so the 2025, they've not, you say, I know we're in July, I know this goes out in January, they've not received the COLA for 2025?
They have not.
So once they receive it, will it be retro back, or how does that?
That's the recommendation of the board, that it should be retro to January 1.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sorry. So when you look at this page and you're seeing sometimes there's a COLA, sometimes there's not a COLA, I think
Right.
that's sort of your question, right?
Yes.
So what happens is, depending on how the plan's doing, what's happening in the economy,
I get it.
you know, in 2023, 2024, inflation's been rough, really,
Right.
for our retirees. And so I brought it before the board and said, could we please, even though it's an off year, we're supposed to consider it every other year. We don't necessarily recommend to council to adopt it if it's the health of the plan, the economy, all of those things are not aligned. But as you can see by this page, you know, we're doing very well.
Looks really well, yes.
And so we feel like this would be the time, a good time, to recommend to council to consider adopting an ad hoc COLA for Class 4 and 5 retirees.
Okay, and when you said for the 2025, the 2 3/4, that's for Class 1, 2, and 3, that's $1,240,000.
Yes.
Right, so,
What he's saying is that's already in the mix, so to
right, that's in the
speak.
mix, so
Yep,
once, when you
because we
pay it
do
out.
that every year. They're
Right,
built
so when you
in, they
pay out,
always
that's
get
what-
it.
That's what you'll be paying out, essentially.
And I just wanted to be clear, that's the total cost to pay that increase now and into the future. Because the annual increase is about $118,000 on the benefits to those members. But you're making a one-time contribution that covers the cost for that increase now and all the way into
Right,
the
as
future.
people make their pension, as they make payments into the pension.
Correct.
Okay. So let's just say, would that pretty much be the same for the Class 4 and 5 if we agree to give them a COLA? To pay that amount?
It's the,
So for Class 4 and 5, is that price pretty much going to be the same?
Could you restate the question? I apologize.
So for Class 1, 2, and 3, you said to pay the COLA amount of 2.75%, it's going to cost roughly $1,240,000.
Actually, that was the cost for the Class 4 and 5.
Okay, that's 4 and 5.
If you approve the cost for the Class 4 and 5.
I put it on
The
the wrong
Class 1, 2, and 3 have already received that benefit and has been funded into the plan over time.
Okay, all right. So I just put it in the wrong box, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, okay, I yield.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin Rodgers.
All right, thank you. And for the most part, we're doing well, 97% funded, you said, right?
Yes, which is actually extraordinary, because you'll recall that you added benefits, and that has an impact on funding, not because the plan is unhealthy, it just means you added something and then you're going to pay for it.
All right, and then Councilmember Cummings had quite a few of the questions that I was going to ask. And I guess one of my questions, I just want to be clear, is why is this brought before us each year? Is it just to ensure that we can afford to pay for it? Or fund it? To fund it?
I would like Charlotte to answer it because it's in the design of the plan.
yes, it's in the plan document that every other year we would consider this. The board would consider, is this a good thing to do? Do we recommend it or not recommend? So this year we've looked at it and we recommend that council look at it and consider adopting an ad hoc COLA. But we don't do it every year for the very reason, you can see it's very expensive, and we want to make sure that we give those COLAs when they're really needed, as opposed to some, you look at some municipalities, and this is part of how we're successful in our funding levels, you know, the benefit's there for the participants, but you don't necessarily hand it out like candy. You have to really assess and decide, is this really the right time to do it? Is the plan performing in a way that would make that a sound judgment call?
Okay, so just looking at the COLA history, in 2017, the plan was not performing well because the Class 4 and 5 individuals, they didn't receive anything.
Oh, I got it, okay.
I'm looking at the COLA history.
Right. So they received the COLA in 2016. 2017 is
the off.
An off year. The next year, 2018, they received the 1.7%. 2019, 20, and 21, those were COVID-related, and we had the downturn of the real estate market. There were a lot of things that were going on at that time that were not good economically. So what we came into then was 2022. We sort of came back on track for let's do this. We haven't done this in a while, and it's really time. And because of inflation, we really needed to do something. And then again, in 2023, we normally wouldn't go back to back, and I don't believe we've ever done that. I think maybe one other time, but we ended up recommending, because inflation is so high, that we go ahead and give an additional COLA recommendation.
All right.
And so then we had an off year on '24, so we're in '25 now.
All right, and then what I would like to know is, how do we plan for this for the future so that it's just consistent, maybe across the board? I would like to know, like, what other municipalities are doing for the future, because you say you come back every other year, like, that is what the plan requires, is what the mayor's saying, but I would just like more information on, like, what does it look like in the future with inflation?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So we're real tight on quorum tonight.
Yes.
This isn't on you, because I need to get some level of consensus about what your ask is. So, and it's my understanding that some other council members might need a bio break. So if you just give us maybe 5 minutes, because right now we're down to 5, which technically is not quorum. And our next part of this conversation will be, does council want to put this on consent or whatever? And I need 6 people for that. So we'll take a 5-minute bio break.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ms. Cagle and, I'm sorry, sir, what's your name?
That's all right. My name is Mr.
Mr.
Bauer.
Bauer. If you could come back up, I think Councilmember Martin Rogers was done with her comments. I have a couple quick questions. The history shows that Class 1, 2, and 3, and a little bit of it is rhetorical because I did speak with Ms. Cagle, but I want it to be on the record. Class 1, 2, and 3 get a COLA every year, and Class 4 and 5 don't.
That is correct.
Why is that?
That is the design of the plan. When the city changed and opened the defined benefit plan again, that is the manner of the benefit that they implemented.
Is there something that we can do to ensure that all classes are treated equally, meaning they're all getting COLAs every year? Again, slightly rhetorical, she's already answered, but for the record.
You would start by getting a cost estimate from the actuary to change the benefit.
And then once we have the cost estimate, the pension board could review it, and then you said it's in the plan document?
Yes.
And that could be used as a basis to amend the plan document to include that if it's cost effective?
Right, the cost estimate would be to change the plan or the benefit to the 4 and 5 members.
Okay. And so I know you all come to us annually for the COLA. I'm assuming if there's an amendment to the plan document, council has to approve that upon recommendation from the pension board. That's my assumption.
Yes.
Okay. And then the ask right now, it's my understanding that a proposed resolution has been provided to legal and to our city clerk. And so the ask would be that we adopt a resolution approving the ad hoc COLA for Class 4 and 5 retirees for 2025. Is that what it should say, or?
That is correct.
For 2025. Okay. Does anyone have any objection to that resolution being placed on the consent agenda?
No, but I do have a quick question.
Councilmember Shropshire?
My question is, so when will so I guess this is why the resolution is being put on the agenda, to come back with a percentage of the COLA?
So the cost has been determined, and there is a letter that contains that just didn't make it into your workshop materials for this evening, but it is there.
Okay.
And that has the details, but that would be, I was relating some of the information that's contained in that letter to you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're looking at adopting it. I just need to know, what is that recommended percentage amount? for the COLA for the class 4 and 5?
2.75%, that is the amount that was received this year by the 1, 2, and 3 members.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Is Councilman Martin Rogers?
And my last question is, those class 4 and 5 employees, are they older employees or newer?
They are your newer employees. So the plan closed in 1992. Only persons hired prior to 1992 are classes 2 and 3 now. And the city has a very few of those left in employment. And then everybody else since 1992 is now a class 5 member.
What's the estimated timeline on the cost estimate study, taking it to the board? And I'm not trying to lock in, but just like a guesstimate. Are we talking 3 months, 6 months? Like, when can we expect? Because ideally, we would do it prior to 2026, right? And then it's already in place.
It's not a drawn-out process, but the board meets in August, so the board would actually approve a study by the actuary in August and then bring that back to council.
And so once in August, they would authorize the study, and then the study would be done, and then it would come to us, or the study would already be done before August?
It would come to the board and then to you after that August meeting. I would assume that they would authorize the study first, and the board would meet before that happens.
Okay. All right, so it's possible for us to do it before the end of this year so that 2026 moving forward, everybody's treated the same.
The actuary, yelled on my seat. The actuary is really very, like most of our vendors, are very quick at turning things around. So if he's given a directive, their group can do that really probably, I would say, within 2 weeks easily.
Okay.
Yes.
So really what we want to know more, of course, is what is the cost of doing the cost study, and then from that point, deciding that that's obviously what you want to do, we would then have him do that, or them do that, and then give a report back.
Got it. Councilmember Martin Rogers. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you again. This will be on consent, which means you all don't need to be here. It should be approved unless it gets pulled off. I can't imagine that happens, but you should have the resolution after the meeting on the 21st. Once it's approved by council, I'll sign it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
We want to thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, update on policing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Lieutenant William Bullock. I currently am the Watch Commander for Evening Watch. I want to apologize for, I want to apologize for the chief. He got ill, and he called me to come give you the update. So I'll be able to answer any of your questions and in reference to the agenda, okay? The first thing we'll start off with is the update on the 3-year-old child that was shot. The father is in custody. He's been charged with manslaughter, reckless conduct, and cruelty to children. He was taken into custody Friday. If you have any questions pertaining to that, free. Next would be the squatters process was placed inside the power bill. The power bill should come out either this month or the month of August, and it would contain all the procedures that we have noted for the police department to follow for the squatters process. Next, moving forward we'll be moving forward with the drone first responders, the drone process, where the first responders for the drone, and the budget has passed for that. We are also looking into the complaints in reference to Ben Hill Road, in reference to the home that is possibly going to be an Airbnb. We're doing our due diligence in reference and investigating that. We are also looking at the Lakeside Preserve, the number of entering autos. Our investigators are collaborating with the investigators from the city of Atlanta because they had a significant number that night as well. They're working with them right now, so it's under investigation, but they, from what I've been told, they have possible suspects and perpetrators. So.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shropshire?
Thank you. I have a question. The house at 2257 DeLoe Drive, which is an illegal rooming house.
Yes, ma'am.
They was denied the rezoning, and I've reported it several times, and they continue to get more people to come in and rent the rooms out.
From my understanding, personally, I've talked to Supervisor McGee in reference to that home. They have cited the person, or they were about to cite the owner of it. So I'll follow up on that and be able to have more information on the next time.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is, who manages the school zone, like?
So, citations?
Yes.
That would be me. So, yeah.
So if somebody has a complaint about, so they would contact you?
Yes, they can contact me at the City of East Point, W. Bullock, cityofeastpoint.org.
So y'all have, so y'all monitor the?
Yes, so what is happening while school is out, it still monitors the speed detection so that we are aware that people are passing through that zone in that area, traveling at a high rate of speed, so that we can conduct traffic enforcement in that area. So we get notifications in reference to excessive speed throughout the day, but it does not issue any citations when school or functions are not occurring.
So it only issues citation if school is?
Yes, ma'am.
Function.
During the posted hours that it has next to the sign.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. What's a good contact number for you? I'm pretty sure.
Currently, 404-559-6237.
6237?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are there certain times that camera, the speed detection?
It monitors 24 hours a day. It only issues citations during the posted hours during the school year. So it will send us notifications if we need to, say if somebody's coming through there at 8:30 at night and they're speeding through there, or some, racing is going on that long strip on Hetland. It'll notify us and send us a notification saying that these vehicles were involved in or traveling at high rate of speed, so that our traffic enforcement can go to that area during those times and enforce the traffic.
Okay. In the summer months?
During the summer months, it does not issue any citations, no.
Okay. So I'm going to say this, and I'm going to put myself on the record. I guess by Mount Zion, Asa Hilliard.
Yes, ma'am.
That little area that's right in there, those, so I need to just take a look at, I need to do some research, okay. All right, thank you. I yield.
All right. Also, I can address positions 14, 15, and 16 as well if you all need me to.
Before we get there, yes, I think the only one we had discussion on was 14, 16 actually moved to consent. But before we do that, the Ben Hill house is a party house. That's what was reported. So that address that we gave the chief.
Yes, ma'am. So
they've had multiple, so I thank you all for looking into that.
Yes, ma'am.
And following up like it's not a suspected, it's been happening. And
so they're trying to confirm that it's been listed last year it was listed as a Airbnb. This year the owner says that they have had parties consecutively 2 weekends in a row. Our investigators are trying to locate either the party listings or some kind of listing or advertisement for the Airbnb.
But remember, it's not new at this point, but whole house lodging is not allowed in that zoning district. So
Exactly.
if a person is not living in that house, they can't rent out the whole house. It'll be
Exactly.
a violation of our new short-term rental ordinance.
She's advising that they're advising that they are not renting, they are actually having personal gatherings. So they're in the process of trying to prove that wrong.
Who, the property owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you for looking into that.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be able to report back to you.
And then the other is for the new Pocket Park. It was a community meeting last week by Microsoft with updates on the data center and the Pocket Park and things of that nature. They're gonna have a pickleball court there and some walking paths and some other amenities, some for screen. And so they shared a lot of information with the community that I think, from what I can sense, the community overall appreciated. However, there's a concern for safety. So I mentioned that I would share it with police, city manager. I also think this is something that Public Works and Power should probably be a part of. A couple recommendations were cameras with the phone thing, right? A phone booth. You know, like how you can pick up
Yes, ma'am.
and call. And there was one other. It was cameras. Oh, more lighting. Which is why I think East Point Power, because if there is more lighting, you have to make sure that they cast downward so they're not shining in people's homes. But the residents that live across the street immediately adjacent, are very concerned about safety given the openness of the park.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I mentioned that I would share it with you all, as well as Public Works, because there's concern about the
We need more lights, actually.
they're doing one speed hump with lights. The question was, why not two at both ends? It's my understanding that Microsoft recommended two, and staff said one. I'm not sure, and Microsoft was gonna pay for the two. Not sure why we would downgrade safety. So this is kind of related to you all because we're talking about safety at the overall park, and that came up, but that piece is kind of more of a Public Work. It's my understanding what Microsoft shared with the city was two, one at either end, and the city said no, one, and the residents are saying why one, if there was a willingness to do two. So I said that I would bring those items to the city manager. So I'm sharing those, and if we can get some updates, that would be helpful at some point. Yes.
So in reference to the parks, Lieutenant, not yet, but Lieutenant. Still working on it. Still working. In reference to the parks and recreation, we have, the chief did upgrade us to having a Parks and Recreation unit. Currently, it's one officer splitting all the duties of the parks, but he is in the process of hiring other officers that have experience to work in those areas, and then either promoting new officers that we currently have into those positions. So that should not be a real problem. I had put down the notes in reference to the cameras and the lighting, and that's something that we'll go back and observe, and I'll share it with the chief.
Yes, and Mr. Jones, make sure there's a cross-departmental discussion about this with police, Public Works, Power, that, and the traffic calming. If the developer, Microsoft, recommended two, why did staff say one? Member Mitchell, Councilmember Schreiber.
Thank you. Real quick, so I was kind of having some of the same issues that were mentioned earlier about the pool parties and the Airbnbs.
Yes, sir.
What would be next steps for that? Because apparently, I think you guys have been out there a couple of times and you have broken it up, but these parties are becoming more frequent.
Well, we'll issue a warning. If they're advertising as an Airbnb, we'll cite whoever's the person in control of it or the owner of the house. If the owners of the house is not present, we'll cite the person that actually started the party or advertised the party. when they are not in compliance as far as the owners and they're not approved to be in the area as an Airbnb, the owner would be cited.
So would it be like I know after so many times you become a nuisance, so with the loud music, are there any ordinance in place?
Yeah, we do have a nuisance ordinance, but they have to fall within the guidelines of that nuisance ordinance. So once they've been identified, code enforcement will be the actual one, and Assistant Chief McCullough, he's normally the one that heads up the nuisance ordinance. So once he's been made aware of, they have so many times that we've been to that house, they usually jump on top of that.
Okay,
and work with the solicitor.
Thank you. And speaking of Party House, there's a couple of them on Hetland. One in particular, the house with the pool, that's a party house. And knowing that you can't, that's not part of the Airbnb, what was voted on.
Yes, ma'am.
But that house right there on Hetland with the pool in the front yard, that's a party
Are
house.
we talking about the one that's next to the nursery, the old
Yes.
nursery? Okay.
Yes, yes. And my next question is this. Yeah, that's a party house right there. My next question is this. Code enforcement. And I know and you shouldn't have to complain or say you haven't seen them in order to see visibility, and then they do a sweep and you don't see them anymore. So there is some code enforcement issues between Montrose and Delowe at Ben Hill that they need to look into.
And I just want to say thank you so much, Lieutenant Bullock, for helping out with Ward D and being a part of our group meet. But the house that the council member speaks of is on Ben Hill Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Another resident has been in constant communication with me and also the police chief, but what I wanted to say was she did send identifying information for that home, but I realized that you weren't copied to that email.
Okay.
So we do have the information where the home is listed as an Airbnb, but you aren't copied to that communication. But when I arrive home tonight, I'll give you that communication.
Thank you.
But the residents, as you know, Ward D, we are on it when it involves safety and concerns
Absolutely.
of our community. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're praying that the chief feels better soon.
Can I add one more thing?
Oh, go ahead. Oh, that's right. We got item number 14.
Oh, item number 14.
Did you have something before that, though?
Yeah, I wanted to take the time to thank you all for working with us with the competitive increase for the police department and public safety. We really appreciate that. You know, our families really appreciate it, and we appreciate you all working with us.
Well, we appreciate you, and I always say everybody has a role on the team, but rest assured, mine will never be police. I
We
say
appreciate
I'm very cautious. My husband says I'm scary, but that's not my ministry. But I'm gonna make sure y'all have everything you need
We appreciate it.
to
We definitely appreciate
serve and protect us and ensure your safety. So we appreciate you too.
it. We definitely appreciate
You all, I should say. Item number 14, I think is your only other item. That is on the peace officers annuity. Where is that funding coming from? Is it
That
salary
fund has
savings
actually
or-
been, that was a part of the chief's first act of order. It's been a part of our part of our budget for the past 5 years. It came back to Chief Gardner. He actually put that in there. So that has been something that's been getting paid for the last 5 years.
So why is the need for it was it not included in the budget? I'm just confused. Like, why is there a need to, if it's been in there for the last 5 years and the budget was just approved?
I believe because the amount has risen for the POAB. So
POAB.
well, The benefits
Oh,
fund from
putting
the
peace
Georgia.
officer annuity.
Peace, yes.
Okay.
So I
I'm
believe
tracking.
the amounts for payment per officer has risen. So with that, the increase, we have to increase the amounts as well that we asked from the city.
And it wasn't included in the
I'm not
budget
sure.
ask.
No, ma'am.
Any other questions from anyone? I had. All right, thank you so much.
All right,
We
thank you.
appreciate y'all. Next up, East Point Board Commission on Aging. Wait a minute, let me see, we got staff. Let me go through staff. Parks and Rec, pickleball ordinance. That's South Lord out there. Tell him he just missed his space. We gonna go to water and sewer. Item number 20 and 21. This was this the one? Sole source. No, 21. We took off because of $5 million. So 20. Are these people really a sole source?
Yes, Madam Mayor and council members, with the implementation of the advanced metering infrastructure system, the city utilized an Electric Cities of Georgia contract, and Badger Meters at that time was the provider. So right now, this is the only place that we can get the Badger Meters, the registers, for if in the event that we can't repair the meter, it has to be totally replaced. So this is a major source of revenue for the water and sewer department. Also in terms of billing. So if a meter is not functioning and we can't replace it by the next billing cycle, we have to do adjustments, and we also encounter probably loss of revenue. So we didn't select it. When we piggybacked off that contract, we had no idea that we were not going to be able to select the provider, but there's only one entity. So even when commercial businesses move to the city or they want to develop, this is the only place they can buy those type of meters that are compatible with our AMI infrastructure system.
Your next item is $5,284,969. $2 million from GFA. I guess the rest from most for a water sewer main replacement.
Yes, so in 2021, we received a GFA loan, an amount of $2 million. And in that, because we are a Water First accredited city, we received a very low, it's a 1% interest rate reduction at 0.13%. You know, in 2021, I departed the city of East Point, and when I came back in 2022, that loan and that project had sat for 13 months. When we apply for a GFA loan, in there, we have to tell them when we will be able to complete that project. So this specific sewer line project was slated to be completed October of 2024. I have already submitted for a modification to the loan at zero cost to the city. However, I'm ready to roll. So what we're doing now is we put this project out to bid to meet the federal requirements because this is a federally backed loan. And so 5 vendors submitted their bids. We had it open for 30 days. The highest bid was $8 million, and the lowest bidder was RDJE with just over $5.284 million. This project is just over 2 miles. It will rehabilitate 48 manholes on the following streets, including degraded sewer lines down the listed streets, as well as those that we have crossing private property within the city easement. So this is going to be a major undertaking for the city of East Point, but definitely desperately needed.
You were only gone for a year?
I'm sorry?
You said you left in 2021 and came back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. It felt longer than that, I'm just saying. Any objection to consent?
No, but
Councilwoman
I just
Sharkey?
have one quick question. So this project is going to cover Sylvan Road?
Yes, Plant Street, Dauphine Street, Dunlap, and Pearl. And one of the reasons why the project kind
So
of
it's
delayed.
crossing over A and B?
Yes.
Okay. That's
Yes.
fine.
And the delay was, even though we put these streets down, we've had some minor point repairs while we were completing the specs for the bid. So that is why we had some issues with delays.
All right, no objection to consent. It's on consent. I think that's your last item. Have a good
Thank you.
evening.
Good night.
Parks and Rec, I think you all are back. Item number 13, pickleball ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The pickleball, well, I'll say the tennis court and the pickleball facility is doing amazing. I know Ms. Rogers, Star Cummings can attest to that. Most of you all have noticed we put new signs in all of our city parks. Now I'm at a point where I need to start issuing some rules and regulations as it pertains to the court usage. We have a ton of people that come over to the parks daily to take advantage of the facilities that we built. So a lot of times we will hope that residents or non-residents will be courteous enough to stay on the court for an allotted amount of time and let the next person play. We've had issues with organizations now trying to monetize pickleball, holding their own version of tournaments on our courts. And just to be honest with you, just kind of taking advantage of the space. So now I would like to actually put signage on our tennis courts to try to address some of the training things that are going on, people holding cash tournaments on our courts. We have an awesome park ranger that the police department has afforded us use of to try to regulate that usage. And I'm asking for this ordinance to be put in place so I can try to put some rules and signs backed by the ordinance on the courts.
Councilman Martin.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of the ordinance?
Yes, I uploaded it in the, as an attachment that Attorney Wiggins assisted me with.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah,
That's
I can.
fine, because that was going to be my next question, if the attorney helped with the ordinance, but that's fine. I could pull up a copy, but that's fine, because that was going to be my next question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. And what I wanted to know was, will the park ranger, I guess, like, who monitors it?
That would be between my staff and our park ranger.
Okay.
So Sykes Park is like one of our most used spaces. I know we've been working on getting a second person, but our park rangers kind of roam around a lot of our parks, but like a lot of the major parks, it has high usage. I have a time frame. Being that we don't have an indoor facility, it's going to be one of those things where he's going to just go around peak times. So I kind of know the times that we have our heavy usage. So our park ranger will be helping eyeball that. Also, we have a big stronghold of pickleball and tennis players in our city. I know I'm bringing them before you guys all the time, where I pretty much know the days, but we actually have groups that are marketing our courts and hosting their own thing. Yeah.
Okay, I guess because my concern is, I know that at the presentation with the pocket park that's going to be on front of that Microsoft property,
yes,
there was a pickleball court, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. How
do we, because you can't park over there, that is specifically for the people that live there that will have to walk there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's be more community-based. I don't think it's any way to fully police literally every piece of property, the entire 24 hours per se, but we do know a time that it's often used, and that's going to be one of those things that we'll have to patrol. But we have a very strong relationship, obviously, with our park ranger, who's been doing an amazing job of policing and making sure we can keep everything according to what the city desires are. But that is a community-based pickleball. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with regards to the management, because I didn't get a chance to read the ordinance, so I don't know exactly what that looks like. I know you say you want to look at something, possibly regulating some times.
Yes.
That people in there, so that they can be, respectful of other people that want to come and play. So I know that's, I don't know what that looks like as far as like how you manage that time. And then when you look at enforcement, that's going to be up to the park ranger. So he's like, you guys have been here for 2 hours. You got another group that wants to come in. You guys will kind of have to. Correct.
So most of you guys know Daryl Broadus. Daryl Broadus is pretty much our pickleball tennis guru, if you want to say. We have a lot of programs, obviously, that we run in continuity with some of these groups. So it'll be one of those things where we have with the signs and the approval of this ordinance, I can put down a lot of the key things that are concerning, and I can be in contact with our park ranger to make sure we can try to enforce it. I would love 100% of the time, but right now, this at least gives me footing that people can challenge and say, well, nothing says that I can't host my own pickleball tournament here.
All right, and one more thing, just because you do have organizations that are hosting those, and not saying that, to be against them, doing it, but maybe look at something that if they do want to use it for a tournament, there's a process.
Correct. So we have facility reservation fees, the whole 9, but I need something specific to speak to it, and then that would be the start of me being able to enforce it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I yield.
Yeah, the, last section of the new section says the Parks and Recreation Director should have the authority to create rules and regulations to govern the use of the tennis and pickleball courts. Any rules and regulations shall be posted at the tennis court sites and available for public inspection in the Parks and Recreation Department. And that was going to be my question, how are we going to let people know? It may also be helpful to post it online and specifically call out pickleball, right, or use of courts, like, because there's so much of an uptick in activity around pickleball, like, it may be good to link it there in case people just go online and want to see, what it takes to reserve, not only just pickleball, but I think we call it out specifically, but like just use of our facilities, right? So there's already something out there that deals with that and people are kind of ignoring it. So thank you for ensuring that our ordinances are specific to it, but like once we do it, once this amendment is done, I think it would be also helpful if you bring back to council the rules and regulations that you're recommending to govern, just so that we have knowledge of it, there's a public discussion on it. We can do it at a first or third meeting, because those meetings are generally where we have more public attendance, but to help get the information out.
Okay.
And so that we're aware before it's posted, right, like what those rules and regulations are, and then put it on the website. Because this is an ordinance, it needs to go on the agenda, and the agenda should have a waiver of first reading and adoption, Madam City Clerk. Thank you. I don't think you have anything else this evening.
Well, kind of in conjunction with Jeff regarding the sign.
Oh, the Tri-Cities High School Championship sign?
Yes.
Okay, come on up, Mr. Reeves. I think that might be the only one you have as well, Mr. Reeves. No? I think the rest of your stuff went to consent. So have we had a conversation, have we been able to talk to the school and principal, the basketball coach? Have we had included them as a part of this discussion?
So what I've done since our last time, actually I have a staff person, well, a former staff person that's on the coaching staff. So we got all of the years that they did win. What was said in the last meeting, we were actually going to bring this back. Well, we want to give you guys a design, but we want to start having, I guess, a detailed discussion when school gets back in.
Yeah.
That was the initial plan, but I saw that we had it on the agenda. But Jeff just kind of passed around an initial design for you guys to take a look at, and we can have some discussion. But we're trying to do some programming at Tri-Cities, so probably in another 2 weeks, I'll be able to get over there and talk to the principal.
Yeah, make sure you talk to the principal and Coach Forts.
Yep.
I think if we put this on the August work session.
That'll give us time.
And they'll be back. School starts on the 4th, so they actually come back, I think, a week before, right? So I definitely want their voice in it. I don't really want to wait till September. I know it's not going to be done in August, but if at least we are including them in these discussions, I appreciate you all already going forward with like a draft. I think oftentimes it's better to have something for people to respond to than just it totally being abstract. So I think this will help with the conversations. Maybe if we can put it on the August 11th work session as a previous agenda item. Any questions?
Mayor, excuse me.
Yes, Mr.
I just
Reed.
had one question. I wasn't sure about the seal. Is it appropriate? I couldn't find anything saying whether it's appropriate to sit underneath the city name or on top of the city name, so I just want to make sure if there's any clarification on that.
I'll defer to legal on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And even whether we even want the city
Seal.
seal or, and/or the, that, what we want to represent the city, but also more importantly, what we want to represent the school. I see you got the Bulldogs, Tri-City High School, so, for me, I'm okay with legal. And then after speaking with the school about their design ideas and letting us know.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Well, I do. I have 6, is 6 still on here? 6 and 8.
Is this what the sign is going to look like? Okay, all right, thank you.
Wait a minute. We have, and then we have 2 by fire. And that'll be all of staff, I think. Oh, and then the house crowd. So 2 with fire, 1 with house crowd. I think that'll be all of staff. Go ahead, Mr. Reeves.
Actually, not Mr. Reed, well, I guess it would be Mr. Reeves, but you were supposed to give us an update after council member, I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager was supposed to give us an update after council member Willis left that day as to where we were.
Oh, that's what this Ridge Road is.
Yeah,
And
that's, yeah.
they were supposed to discuss it at their council meeting because it was requiring an additional, I don't know, it's $5,000.
A little over $5,000.
Do we know if they did?
As far as...
Thank you for your
excuse me, yes,
presentation.
As far as knowing whether or not they did, no, I don't, but they did send us the intergovernment agreement, and we sent it over, I guess it's for review. And if there was a couple things in there that we felt need to be changed in reference to some of the verbiage that they use, so we sent it over to legal, so the city manager's office.
Did they approve was a $5,000 additional in there?
The way they wrote it up, it sounds like that was in there.
Mr. Jones?
That's my understanding. The IGA came in after their meeting.
After their council meeting?
After their council meeting.
So is this something we think we will have worked out by July 21st meeting, or should it go on the August 4th meeting? Is it a week, or does it go on the first meeting in August? I'm not sure, how much back and forth we'll have to do. I know you just said there's some changes that we feel that are needed. That's going to need to go back to them.
Well, I know there was some reference in the information regarding curb and gutter, and that wasn't part of the agreement. So I don't know what the process is going to be from legal making those clarifications as well of anything else that they may come up with. So there could be a little more back and forth. Yeah.
So let's go with August 4th. We can put it on as an agenda item in the event that we're ready to act on it. If not, to get an update on where we are with it. How does that sound? All right, August 4th, August 4th agenda would be an agenda item. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Then the last...
Hold on, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I'm sorry.
Mr. City Manager, what were the other items in there? You said something about curbing the gutter. What were the other items that were?
Curb and gutter is what I saw, but I want to, obviously leave legal to actually look into the document. There may be some other things. That's what I was referring to.
And I think, I was going to say that maybe legal could send us an update by email, but I also want to avoid the appearance of trying to make a decision by email on something like this, so we probably should just wait to August 4th to have a discussion publicly. All right, item number 8. This has been around since I was a council member.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item was brought to our attention, and we bring it to council to approve the acquisition agreement with the city of Atlanta to do the acquisition of a tract of land that's in city of Atlanta, and then for construction purposes, and then after the construction purposes, to turn that land back over to the city of Atlanta. We have reached out to the responded folks in Atlanta in reference to them making a decision on whether or not they can do this process without having to do the land acquisition transfer over to the city of East Point for this construction process. And we still have not, as of today, they did not have a decision for us. Can I show you one thing?
Go ahead.
I hope I can use this pointer. I guess I can. We have, I wanted to show you where the section is that we're trying to do the, it's not pointing, okay. Well, in this area where you see the cursor right here, there's some private property in this tract of land right here that they're trying to transfer over so there could be a construction process. So when we were talking with the CID representative said that the problem with this is that if they can't get them to get this land changed over, they may have to do the eminent domain for construction. Yes, ma'am.
Is the property in East Point, or is that property?
It's in Atlanta.
So.
Yes, ma'am.
What conversation? No, we haven't. We can't do eminent domain on Atlanta property.
Well, that's the problem. Yes, ma'am. So just a quick brief, so we can kind of talk about this real quick. So as you see where this area, where the cursor is, the construction is going to be where you have, and if you're familiar with that Welcome Mall Road, they're going to have moving traffic back onto East Point where they're going to eliminate all this stopping and going right here at this intersection. As you look at the top, there's a green area. You can see where the road comes from Welcome Mall, from Atlanta area, is going to be merging into here. That would be the only stop sign. The people coming off of Camp Creek, there will be some adjustments made to the turn lane coming off of Camp Creek Parkway onto Welcome Mall, and that traffic will continue to be moving. The only stop sign you'll have now to be dealing with would be this one coming off the Welcome Mall. Just wanted to give you an update on what this project is consisting of. Thank you.
Can you show me on, with the cursor, what part is owned by East Point, what part is owned by Atlanta?
So where the cursor is starting here, we're coming to this is all East Point coming down here until you get to the bridge where the creek, Camp Creek is. This is actually East Point going back, and then we pick up a little small section right here coming on Camp Creek. But all the rest of that coming from this way is Atlanta, and then all this is GDOT in Atlanta City of South Fulton.
So that land to the left that you said they might need to acquire, that they want us to be.
Because we're the MOU, we did the agreement with the CID and GDOT, and that's one of the reasons why they said they came to us for that. Years ago.
Yeah, but that's not in our city. That land is not in our city. And I said to the CID then, just because you feel it's easier to deal with East Point, and there may be other, a lot more different processes and hoops in Atlanta, that doesn't mean that we can do this. So I don't know anything that gives us the legal authority to purchase land in Atlanta, for Atlanta, to do the work, to improve it, and then give it back to Atlanta. That sounds a bit, aside from, there's no legal basis, nonsensical, if that's what they're suggesting. If that's what this issue is about, how do we even do an IGA for property we don't own? We never be able to do eminent domain on it if they don't want to sell it. We can't do any of that because it's not in our city. So if I'm missing something, let me know. I appreciate the update, but at about 11 and a half, 12, maybe it wasn't my first year on council, but it was definitely than the last 10 years. Like, we've been having these conversations, I've been saying the same thing. We can't do anything in the city of Atlanta.
And as discussion goes with our city manager, we be requesting the CID to come to the meeting so we can kind of get more clarification on why they want us to do this.
No,
in reference to-
I hear you on that, but I think we need a recommendation from legal.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
We know why they think it's easier.
Yeah.
Legally, can we do it? If we can't legally do it, it doesn't matter who comes to talk to us. Legally, it's not something that the city can do, right? Like what they're asking us for this. If it is something that we can legally do, then yeah, we can have those conversations, but I think this has been going on, and the CID will share and present and say all of these things, and at the end of the day, if we can't legally do it, we just need to make the decision, inform GDOT, I'm not saying we stall the project or delay the project, but we need to be figuring out how it legally can be done, not how the CID wants it to be done.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that you all are engaging MARTA, because where that bridge is, they're moving those bus stops.
The bus stops are a little further down. They'll be a little further down. Welcome Mall going towards the Ben Hill Railroad Track intersection with Welcome Mall. In East Point.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some background. So back in June of 2022, I'm not sure, I guess, looks like Ms. Elias presented it. The then city attorney signed off on it. Procurement at that time, finance at that time, city manager at that time, clerk, mayor's office, all signed off on this MOU for this project. The MOU provides that the intersection of the project area at Welcome Mall Road and Welcome Mall Road Connector is within the boundaries of East Point and in the CID. It goes on to further say that it looks like 60% of the project is in Atlanta and 40% is within East Point. That MOU was entered into between East Point and the Airport West Community Improvement District, like I said, back in 2022, which I think is why they are promoting our participation in this. The MOU also provides that the city is not to expend any funds outside of the portion of the project that's within its municipal boundaries. And so it looks like it was understood at some point that this was to benefit East Point in some type of way. There was an intergovernment agreement also. It doesn't look like that intergovernment agreement was signed, at least I don't have a signed copy, wherein it was between East Point and the city of Atlanta, and we were going to be the project sponsor for the project, and with the ability of seek some type of reimbursement from GDOT. There's additional documentation from GDOT to the city detailing this framework for this agreement. So at some point, there was some participation by the city to engage in whatever it is that is needed to be done to improve this intersection. The August 10th, 2022 letter from GDOT indicates that there is going to be some utility movement. The local government, who is us in the agreement from GDOT, we got some federal aid to even participate in this. So I think it's deeper than just we can't do it, especially given the number of documents that support our willingness and participation to do it in 2022.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we can't do it. that acknowledges that 60% is in Atlanta and 40% is in East Point. We can do what is in East Point, and Atlanta can do what is in Atlanta. And if what is being asked is that we purchase property in Atlanta, improve it for Atlanta, and sell it back to Atlanta, I don't know where we have the authority for that. So if we can get clarity around the ask, because it was clear that we would do our 40%, Atlanta would do their 60%, yes, right? But what was just showed to us in the ask of purchasing, like doing work for Atlanta on property in Atlanta to give back to Atlanta, if that's not the ask, we need to be clear about what the ask is. But yes, there was an acknowledgement that it's 60-40 and we wouldn't be doing anything in Atlanta, and Atlanta wouldn't be doing anything in East Point, right? Because we can't. But there's a collaborative partnership and project between Atlanta, East Point, CID, and GDOT. But we need to be clear about what the ask is, because the way it has been shared is basically, we basically like the Du Bois for Atlanta. We do it and give it back to us. And if that's not the intent, great, because that's not what we agreed to. But we just need to know. I mean, the desire is to make the project happen, right?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's just that the conflicting information is what's giving me pause, because the intergovernmental agreement that I was asked to look at by, I guess he's the project manager for the CID, provides a documentation that indicates that a majority of the larger project is within our city.
Yeah.
And there is a portion, obviously, of the Welcome All Road requiring improvements that's within the geographical boundaries of Atlanta, but it clearly says here that the larger project is within the geographical boundaries of the project sponsor, and in this IGA, we're named as the project sponsor, and we were agreeing to participate in the Welcome All Road Bridge over Camp Creek pavement widening project. So I think a map that clearly indicates what's where and what our participation is going to impact would be helpful.
And that was part of the discussion behind when we did the initial agreement, acknowledging 60-40, because the CID kept going back and forth about whether the majority of the property was in East Point, whether the majority of the property was in Atlanta. And I think staff worked through that, and it's clear it's 60-40. It's not, and what Mr. Reeves just showed us, we don't pick up until after the bridge, right, on Welcome All.
Yes, ma'am.
So the other part is Atlanta, which is probably the 60% and our 40%. So, I mean, there's definitely a desire to collaborate to get the project done, but literally I feel like rerun. This is every time it comes up, this is the same thing that we talk about, and CID does the same thing, asking us to do documents, and maybe I just have not been clear about what the ask is, but the majority of this project is in Atlanta. Regardless of the IGA that the CID sent to us now saying it's different, like we can't just pick and choose, right? So if we can get some level of clarity, we could put it on the August 11th work session, but this has literally been the same conversation for at least 8 years or more. All right.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Council. Just wanted to go over item 22 with you. It's a change order where we're requesting $271,000 to finish out our renovations of Fire Station 5. What that is, we're trying to come into code compliance with state and federal codes, because once we went in the plan review process, the city hires a company called Safe Built to review our plans, and they told us we had to have certain things, and that one of those things is a seismic roof. So we have to change the entire roof to the building for a seismic roof. And seismic roofs are actually for earthquakes. but that was something that we didn't know that we were going to have, and it's a requirement for us to have it.
Yeah, I just wanted you to share on record what it is, because it's over $250,000 change order. And so the question will become, whoever bid it, did we bid this out?
Yes, ma'am.
And so now they're getting an extra $250,000 because of a change order. But you're saying it's not something that we knew at the time and
Yes,
came back
it's
afterwards?
definitely nothing that we knew at the time. It was actually found during the plan review process.
Any other questions or objections? Council, okay. Item number 23, as I read through this, it looks like you are trying to be innovative or progressive in trying to address healthcare needs, and so I wanted you to, maybe I'm misreading it or understanding, but share that with me.
No, you're correct. So what it is, I'm trying to bring a company in called Right Site. So this company, what they do, they help with non-emergency transport. So as you all know, with the issues that we've had over the years with Grady, and we get stranded on calls. When I say get stranded on calls, what that means, if we go out on a call, let's just say it's a non-emergency, even though you dial 911, and I'll just use, my foot is hurting. My foot's been hurting for 2 days. So that's considered a non-emergency. But because we're all EMTs and or paramedics, we're not allowed to leave that patient. If we do, it's considered patient abandonment. So we would have to sit there until the ambulance arrives. So what we've done, we found a company called Right Site, and what they do is they have physicians on staff. So if we get there and we realize it's a non-emergency call, instead of tying that unit up, we can actually call them, speak, that person, that patient would actually speak to a physician on staff, and that physician can release us at no cost to the city and no cost to the resident. And what they'll do, they will actually pay for an Uber to come out, whether it's bringing Tylenol or some type of medication, and or transporting them to a urgent care clinic or a doctor's appointment.
Thank you. My question is, so do they take insurance? Because they have to, it has to be something for payment. And this is a good idea, because I remember my neighbor across the street was sick and Grady never showed up. And the first responders stayed there until somebody came to take him to the hospital. So this is a good idea. But my question is it, how are they getting paid? Is it through the insurance?
So what they do, if you have insurance, then they'll bill your insurance company. If you don't, they'll just take that loss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question. So I think it's a really good thing, and we have it in Atlanta. So is there some sort of documentation, something similar to a patient refusal, but just saying, just sort of absolving us?
Yes, so what we'll do, we have what's called a patient refusal now. If you don't know, what that means is once the first responders get on site, if they find out, say for instance, the patient say, okay, I feel better, I don't need you anymore, then to take the liability off us, what we do, we have them to sign what's called a patient refusal, where they're refusing treatment and or transport. And in this situation, they wouldn't refuse, they'll just refuse our treatment, but they'll still be dealing with Right Side. So we would create a document to, which I'll get with legal, we'll create a document so that we can lose the liability, and the liability will be placed on them.
Sounds good. Thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you so much. This was discussed at GMA. I took a class on emergency services, and Savannah is doing something that's very similar to this. And no, this is great. Thank you so much for bringing us to East Point.
Thank you. I researched it, I've been researching it now for about 5 months, and I went to meet with the city of Atlanta, they have it, and Chattahoochee Hills has it. So I brought them in, I discussed how our demographics are and what we need, and they were able to work out something for us.
Thank you, and thank you so much for bringing this. I heard about it, but I just wasn't really sure. But it's just emergency response transport. If a patient decides, or this transport service will help patients decide, hey, do you need to go on to the hospital?
Yeah, they have an
or
option.
Can you meet with a doctor
through telehealth or through some other network,
Correct. It's their choice. So we'll go out there, and if they say no, we'll still proceed as normal with the emergency transport. We won't cancel them, and we'll wait with them. But if they decide, hey, I'd rather do the tele-network, then we'll provide it for them, and the doctor that's on the phone will release us after talking to the patient.
And will you be able to give us, I guess, a brief, like after we've had it maybe 30, 60, 90 days, come back and
A review?
say, yeah, this
Yes,
is how
ma'am.
many patients we saw in the city of East
Yes.
Point, just some sort of follow-up so that we know,
Yes, I can provide that review.
Do we know if it's cost effective? Like, it's one thing to say they're charging the insurance, but if they're high rates, right? Like, do we know what their cost structure is?
I don't know right now, but I can get that information for you.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Also, if we do this, I think a real robust communication strategy is needed. Website, social media, but also utility bills, and however else we can let people know.
So that's the
about it.
plan. That's the plan, to actually put it out in the utility bills, also put it on the city's website and social media, along with the fire department's social media.
From the other cities, speaking with the other cities, have you heard any concerns have they shared any concerns that they may receive from residents about the cost that they're being charged, or that their insurance is being charged for this?
As of right now, no, they actually love it. I met with Chattahoochee Hills about 3 weeks ago, and they love the program, and the city of Atlanta does too.
How long have they had it?
I think about 6 months.
Okay. For both Chat
No,
Hills and
Atlanta I would have to find out, but I know Chat Hills about 6 months.
Okay, I'll reach out to Tom.
Okay.
My only question is if you can get us the rate structure.
Okay.
Like, it's one thing to say we're billing insurance, but if it's $200 for something that should be $50, right? Like,
Understood.
we're also passing that cost on to our residents. And I'll check around and see if they just have if they've heard of any concerns around that. I would like to see the rate structure.
Okay, no problem. I'll get that for you.
Does anybody else have any questions? There's 5 of you all here. Do you want it on consent or agenda? Okay. And then, once it's in place, or I don't know if you come back to the August 4th meeting or August 18th, I think it's something that we definitely should have a presentation on at a council meeting, in addition to all of the other communication strategies.
No problem.
Let's put it on the August 18th agenda. We can pull it if it's not ready, but I'd like for it to go somewhere. I don't know, August 4th might be too ambitious.
Okay.
But if we put it on August 18th as a presentation, if it's not ready, then we can move it, but at least I'll be our reminder.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Chief. I think that's it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
All right, last staff item to my knowledge is the item number 24 on the minor home repair and housing rehabilitation. I feel like we've already approved this. I'm trying to figure out what's different. We've already approved ATL, House Proud, ATL, and Greenheart. This has come to us before, so I'm just trying to figure out what we're approving tonight, because we already approved them as vendors before.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you all for the opportunity to come before you today. I have a short presentation to present to you all tonight. So tonight, our request as an office is to extend the contract for House Proud and Greenheart Construction. Just a quick overview of the program. It's a no-cost minor home repair program for seniors and veterans. The city is contracted with House Proud, ATL, and Greenheart Construction. That contract is set to expire September 1, and I'll talk about why that is relevant to why I'm here this evening. So the eligibility for the program is if you're 55 and older and a veteran, or you are an adult with a disability, or you're just 65 and above. And the income eligibility requirement is 80% of AMI or lower, so there's a little chart here with the most recent numbers on what that reflects in terms of income, because I know we get that question a lot. And then the typical repairs that we've seen thus far have been roofs, gutters, creating ADA-friendly bathrooms, railings, plumbing, and more. So the 3 pictures you see here are actually a resident, I believe, came from Councilwoman Shropshire. They've been on the wait list for years. As you can recall, our directive from you all was to not open this up to the public initially, but focus on the people who are already on that wait list. So you can see from the picture to my left, I believe your left as well, this individual had this is their bathroom, and the bathroom had fallen all the way through. So this is what was inside of their home. And so the next phase is once the repair had begun, and then the last page on the right is a picture from today of their bathroom. So you all, thanks to you all, the residents are really feeling the impact of this, and it's making a difference. So some of the key things, so we kicked off the repairs officially in March. We spent a lot of time making sure we were designing this program to be compliant with ARPA regulations and creating internal processes as well to make sure we implemented it successfully. We're on track right now to expend that $350K by the September 1 deadline, compliant with our internal deadline. And then the third piece is, which is really relevant to the decision we're asking you all today, is this funding that and thank you all for approving the budget for fiscal year 26, because it'll allow us to get through that whole initial waiting list that you had, as well as begin repairs on a phase 2 wait list, because of course as people's homes have been getting repaired, people talk, and so they're saying, well, how do I get on this list as well? So there is a wait list of new people of 11 residents, and I'm sure after this presentation there may be more that call. So the request tonight is to extend the contracts of both House Proud and Green Heart Construction. As I mentioned, their contract is set to expire September 1, but thanks to you all approving the budget for fiscal year 26, we want to continue with those 2 partners for a number of reasons. One is they've already cleared a competitive process, they've delivered high quality work, they've communicated with the residents well, they've worked with us as staff really well, and it allows us to keep the momentum going. It minimizes us going through reprocessing, it allows us to keep executing, and then also I think, which is probably the most important, it's going to allow us to close out our ARPA funding with the highest chance of compliance and cleanness of keeping it, of making sure our ARPA report is compliant. So with that, I'll pause, and that's our request for tonight.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And so let me ask you, because there were quite a few people on the list when we started it, and I'm glad to see that it's moving forward. So how many people were you able to service that's been on the list before? That was currently on the wait list?
Yeah, so the wait list that we began the program with was 23 residents.
I think it was more than that.
Yeah, it started with a whole lot. Then I think some of it went down from House Proud finding other resources for the folks. They're like, hey, they couldn't wait around. Some of these, like the one I showed you, that was a pretty substantial repair. So some of it was through that. And then I think some was just through eligibility. They ended, like one home in particular, why we only are working on 22 instead of 23, their home was so bad that it would take, $50,000 plus to repair their home. And that just was too far out for us to be able to handle.
So were they a senior?
Yeah.
So is it like a cap? Because
yeah, so the initial kind of benchmark number we were given is try to stay around the $15,000 mark for each home. Now, with the projects that have come, you know, that number was given at a time where the cost of materials and construction was a lot more reasonable. Now, the average home is around $23,000 that we're spending per home.
So who put a cap? Because if they were on the list and they're a senior, it's very clear that they can't afford to the repairs, and they're living in a house that's really not fit to live in. So, and what is the cap when Habitat for Humanity fix up house as well as House Proud?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the other program's cap is, but it's something I can figure out. And
Yeah,
find out.
because I mean, because if they were on the list the first time, because I know the first time we had about 49 people. I remember that. So did you all check to see if they no longer wanted it, if they got their house repaired? Because my hope was and still is, and that's why I pushed for the funding to fix up the houses, because the people in East Point didn't really have any, the resource was minimal. Either you would go to Habitat and you would be on there, but because Ms. Jones is a resident of East Point and works for House Proud, and they would be on the wait list, but there was no resource. So we came up with the resource to help the seniors and the veterans as well as people with disability. So that's why I say we knew some homes would be in disrepair, but not to the point where it costs this amount and we can't fix it. The city, I think that we should try to do something
For sure.
to help the seniors, because they've been waiting for quite some time. So I would rather to see us try to repair the house than to say, oh, the cost, we couldn't do it. Because if you go to Habitat or you go to anywhere else, they're going to fix up the house. So I feel that we should at least do the same thing.
Yeah, well, a couple of things, and through you, Madam Mayor, to the rest of the council, I think that was one of the reasons why I appreciate that sentiment, because when we were first initially told $15,000, and then you had residents, like you mentioned, have been on this wait list for years, and then for us to say, well, yeah, we can, we can do the stairs, but we can't do the, you know, it was, so that's where we stretched it, and I made the call that, yeah, we're gonna, you know, put a little more contingency and broaden that to be able to do a larger repair. And then in terms of those super major repairs, one of the grants.
So let me ask you, so let's go back to the house. What you can do, are you going to revisit that person?
So a couple of things with that person. Well, I'll talk to you. I don't want to be too specific about their situation, but it's a little more complicated than just the $50,000. There's a bunch of other code compliance stuff going on. But to the principle of it around individuals who have major repair needs at their home that may exceed $30,000, $40,000, one of the things we're pursuing is the Department of Community Affairs has a CHIP grant, which you all approved for us to apply last year. We did not get the funding. We met with those folks. We're going to apply for it this upcoming year, and that allows for around $49,000 per home. And so it's a little more targeted towards those major rehab projects. And then the other piece that you know, we're exploring is how do we partner with House Proud to do fundraising and raise more funds to go towards those special projects like that, because the funding that you all have allowed, it's great, but it's pretty much already taken. So we're still going to have a wait list at the end of this year of folks who are on this list who still want to be served. So we know we have to build in some sustainability, and a part of our strategy is engage House Proud, because this is what they do every day, so they know the right corporate partners and philanthropic partners, as well as to go after these other grants that are available through the government.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work. I was going to ask, because I had kind of the same questions. Could you go back to that first picture? So How much was something, I'm assuming y'all had a cap on this, right? Because you see this, it's just like you renovated somebody's house. You know what I mean? I knew that people went from bathroom, bathroom to bathroom. I'm assuming that's plumbing and then like all the everything in between. But I think it looks great. I understand the limited resources you have. So I can see the other end of the spectrum when people want you to just come and redo that whole house.
Yes,
you
yes.
know what I mean? If we didn't have certain limits. But that looks good. I definitely agree with you, finding other funding sources so you can have a little bit higher cap. I think that is smart and should be next steps.
And I can speak to our process
Okay.
if you want me to.
Go ahead, sure.
So from a process standpoint, so we first confirm the residents' eligibility. We confirm that the need is there. So again, we contacted everybody on that wait list. That was our initial thing. Contact every single one. We call every one of them. Hey, what's your status? Are you still need a repair or not? Here's the requirements, etc. You're eligible. Great. Then we go out and then we conduct a site visit with them and House Proud. So we walk through the house, and this is where we get those conversations, Councilman Mitchell, where it's sometimes difficult conversations because folks are like, I want this wall painted, I'd like new doorknobs here, and we're like, no, we're here for the essential repairs that you need. So we have to have this somewhat of a negotiation with the residents about, I know you really want this room painted, but you have a hole in the roof right now. So with our limited resources, here are the things that we can fix. Once we take that, we give that to Greenheart Construction and they assess it, assess how much it's gonna cost and provide a scope. Then House Proud then takes that scope, and this is just like a quality control check that we do. They then check and make sure that's reasonable, what they're saying they're gonna do and how much they're saying it's gonna cost. Once we get that reasonability and House Proud says, yep, this is reasonable cost, these are reasonable repairs, they're meaningful repairs, we then go through the process of signing an agreement with the homeowner, the city, and Greenheart Construction. And then lastly, we start working with planning and community development on the permitting process, because as you all, thank you again, you all waived the permit process for this, so we work through that with them, and then the works begin. So to answer the question directly, there's a negotiation that happens there where we try to help them see, here are the high priorities we have here, let's address those.
Thank you, sounds good.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank Councilmember Shropshire for bringing this program to the city, because I remember when you brought it a couple of years ago. So thank you. It is beneficial to our seniors. But a couple of questions just for clarity for those people that are watching. Can we go back to the eligibility, the residents' eligibility? So it says here that you have to be over 55 years old, a veteran, or an adult with a disability, and the income. Can you talk a little bit about that income level of the people that you are servicing through this work?
Yes, and I think one of the bullet points got taken out of here. If you're 65 or older, that's a qualification. So 65 and older and the income. If you're under 65, but you're over 55 and you're a veteran or you have a disability, you're also eligible. So I want to clarify that. Now on the income side, 80% of AMI or under, the area median income for this census tract, means that if you're a senior who's living alone and you make $64,000 or less, you're eligible. If you're a senior who lives with two people, so maybe you got a grandkid you're taking care of or a spouse and you're making less than $73,120, you're eligible. Say you're a senior and you got two grandkids you're taking care of, or a child and their child, three people, $82,240 and below. If you make that amount or below, you're eligible from an income standpoint. And then it just continues to go up. As the more people come, the more income you're able to have and still be eligible.
Correct. And then through this program, you go out, you do a scope of what is most important to that homeowner that may be in need.
Yes.
All right. And you provide a service based upon reasonableness. Thank you so much. I also want to thank you for coming out to my Ward D community meeting in which you shared this information with residents who were extremely excited, Councilmember Shropshire, because some of them knew about the program, but as far as the qualifications, that's where we kind of ran into just a miscommunication. But thank you so much for coming to that meeting, and thank you so much for your presentation tonight.
And thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I have a couple of questions for you. So you just mentioned that the permit process is waived for this, for people who are getting their homes repaired. Are they still getting their homes inspected as?
Good question.
How is that working?
Yeah, so definitely, they still are going through the same process that any other permitting would go through. The only thing is the fee is being waived. So
Oh, the
there's still
fee.
Okay.
Okay.
Because in essence, we will be paying ourselves. We're paying them and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
saying, let me get the money right back. So we just took that part out, but they are still getting the pre-inspection, post-inspection, and there's been a lot of lessons learned through that process, and I think, it's helped us improve a lot, period. So it's been good.
Okay, thank you. And then, how does somebody end up on the list? Like how, if, there's a senior out there that's watching and they're like, oh, I qualify and I really need help. Like how do they start the process?
Yes, so one, they can contact our office, they can contact myself, my cell phone number is up here, so they can contact the city, but they also work with House Proud as well, so we're in constant communication with House Proud because they get those calls way more frequently probably than we do of people, because this is what they do every day, of people seeking that repair assistance.
Okay. And then for the last question, for determining who is getting these awards, I don't really know. They're receiving services from the program. Has everybody, I know that you had said that there's 23 people that have received services. Are they spread across the city, or is that even being accounted for, or can you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, so it's first come, first serve, and I just want to be clear because I know this has come up before. The money for this program does not go directly to the resident. There's no direct, we have the contract with Greenheart Construction. Our funding goes to those vendors to provide the service. I want to clarify that. And then it's just first come, first serve based on that wait list.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and you've serviced pretty much seniors in every ward.
I'll check, but we just go based on the wait list, whoever's there
I kind of
first.
know where they are.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, and it has been in every ward.
Well, I know when I'm driving around every part of the city when we're doing these site visits, so I've seen a lot of
Yeah,
of
because
East
it
Point.
started out with House Proud, where they was calling, getting on the list, and we told them that the program was coming. So do you have an actual number of how many seniors you serviced so far?
Yeah, right now, we have around 5 total completed. We have 6 that are under construction currently, and we're planning to have 16 to 18 done by September, and we just started in March. And I did want to note a couple things. One, Councilwoman Dr. Martin Rogers, thank you for the invitation. It helped actually create this PowerPoint. Some of the questions that people asked is what drove this. And then thank you, Councilwoman Shropshire, because I've read the records and you've been talking about this program for years. When I went back to the minutes, it's been years. So we wanted to make sure we did it right, especially with this being federal funding. We've tried to make sure we do every step right.
Quick question, as it relates to the current contracts. Is there a renewal option in it or something? Because if there's no renewal option, I don't know how we extend contracts without a solicitation.
So, yeah, I'll pass that to the Director of Procurement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're using them as the single source. That's the procurement process that we're on.
They're not single source. We did a solicitation to get them in.
They're single source. We did 2 solicitations. We did an RFP and an RFQ, and in both situations, we've only had 2. Those are the 2 people.
I understand. And so I'll turn to legal, because if this was done through the RFQ, so we could qualify multiple vendors and they were the only 2, fine. But even with that, there's a contract period, right? There's generally a contract term. So my question is,
Contract period is expiring in September.
And oftentimes, contracts have renewal options in them, which would give us the opportunity to renew without doing another request for qualifications. Because if there's no renewal option in the contract.
Yeah, there's no renewal option in this particular contract, mainly because the previous deputy city manager didn't put that in there with dealing with the ARPA funds. However, because we're starting over with the procurement process.
I get it. So it sounds like we need to do another RFQ. I mean, I'm not sure how long it has to be out there, but the contract, yeah, if you could check it and place this on the agenda, because if there's no option, I'm very familiar with RFQs and RFPs, and generally there are renewal options. So if there's a renewal option, yes.
Yeah.
But they're not a single source. There are other people who do these.
I think,
do this work, which is why we had to do a solicitation before.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, I think a part of the rationale behind going the single source route, and I'm hoping procurement and Attorney Wiggins can correct me if I'm wrong, a part of the thinking behind going this process was, one, these were the only two that went for the solicitation in the original RFQ.
Yeah,
So that might not cut the mustard, but that's one. The other was, there was this whole thing around disruption of service, and like how they're uniquely positioned in doing the work, that if we were to go out with an RFQ and open it back up, it will cause a major disruption on the current program, specifically because of the ARPA funds and how this is going to cross over between, and I mean, I've spent a lot of time looking at how we might have to invoice and close out construction projects that are crossing over. So that is why we were looking at the single source method. So to your point, though, we can see if Attorney Wiggins can justify that, and if not, then we'll go through the process.
It's $250,000 of funds. And we are now in July. September 1st is just shy of 45 days away. Sounds like enough time to get things done so that there's no disruption to service. So this using singles, like, those don't sound like reasons, but I'll defer to legal. We could place this on the agenda for Monday, but they can put out the same solicitation they put out before. They might be the only two that respond again, but this time you also might want to consider putting a renewal option in the contract so that can be exercised, because if that is there, then we can do that because it was already a part of what was in place.
For sure.
But if not, I mean, there's time to try to get this done before September 1st so that there's not a disruption to service, but saying stuff is single source because it's convenient.
Well, the disruption in service, Madam Mayor, and to the rest of the council, is not just about, continuing to serve families. It's also about internally being compliant with some of the ARPA regulations that we're gonna have to report out on. And if we were to hire and RFP this out for, and a new entity came in, it's going to be an administrative nightmare.
So I'm not saying that a new entity would come in. I'm saying a part of complying with federal grant funds is making sure we're complying with our contracts and procurement.
Mm-hmm.
And if this was something that needed to be done sooner, then it should have been brought to us sooner.
Yeah.
But now here we are, and we still have time before September 1st. You can put it on the agenda for Monday so that we can find out whether or not there's a renewal option. Mm-hmm. And legal can look into it, and if legal advises something different, so be it. But just saying stuff is single source doesn't mean it's single source because of convenience. And just because it might cause disruptions and things that we could have prevented. So we need to make sure, definitely because it's federal funding, and given the climate right now, that we're complying with everything, including our own contracts and procurement. So if we could put this on the agenda for Monday, and those questions can be answered. I mean, if there's a way to legally do it, so be it, but just saying, I don't even know where single source comes from, but I've seen it used quite a bit.
It's a defined term in Title 36, right, that governs governments, and it's defined as sole source, single source, sole source.
Correct.
Means that procurements made pursuant to a written determination by a governing authority that there's only one source for the required supply, service, or construction item. So it looks like the state is giving some deference to the governing authority to make that determination, as opposed to it being, a bright red line rule
Correct.
across the state.
Yeah, but we have 2 vendors on this agenda, so clearly it's not a sole source. There's at least 2 people.
I get that. I think, however, and I'm going to do more research and see if there's some case law that will help interpret that statute that I just read from, but I think there may be an opportunity for the city's procurement policy to qualify what sole source is for it. And if it says, and I'm just making up some language, being able to provide a service or has already provided the service, something that will help qualify it. I don't know if that's possible, but I can look it up.
So if you could look at all of that again, I'm not trying to disrupt the program, but we need to make sure that we're legally following contracts and procurement and randomly using single source. I mean, if this is fine, it's fine, but we can decide that on Monday.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for your persistence tonight, too.
Item number 5, Commission on Aging, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you so much. We've talked about this for quite a few months, and I was able to do some research on this. It was brought to my attention through one of our senior residents that a commission or task force needed to be developed for seniors, specifically addressing the needs of that population in the city of East Point. So working with legal, I was able to draft the role of the Commission on Aging, information and resource distribution, program and service coordination, community engagement and support, and future challenges and opportunities. We also came up with the bylaws, other information. Each council member and the mayor will appoint one person to the Commission on Aging. That's pretty much all I have right now. It was in the work session agenda packet for about, 2 months now? So I'd like to move this to consent agenda.
I don't know if you're going to get consent. I even have questions.
Okay.
Anyone have any questions around this? And is this being created under the, Commission and Task Force rule of council? I can't remember which rule number. Is this being created under the Commission and Task Force rule of council? There's a rule that deals with well, it says Commission on Aging. So is council, and there's 5 of you all here, are you all ready to act on this, or you need further time to discuss it and or review it? Question is it going on the agenda for Monday, or is it going on a future work session? You said you haven't? Okay, 2 haven't, need more time to review? You're okay with it? So, you got 2 and 2. You can take your chance, put it on the agenda on Monday, or
Do we have a copy?
it's attached to the agenda, but online. But we haven't had a discussion on it, so, I don't know. There are 2 who want to have one more time, 2 who
So
don't
let me
need
ask
more
you, can we
time.
put it on the agenda, and once we look at it, then move it to the consent?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think if it's not ready and if
Oh, it's
people
not
aren't
ready.
I'm saying if there are not enough people who are ready on it, if you put it on the agenda, it's not gonna move.
Oh, yeah.
Or it'd be 60-day delay, which if you send it back to work session. Okay, put it on the agenda. This is generally, yep. You just asked for Monday.
We can put it on August work session, and that should give everyone enough time to review it.
Okay, August work session. Item number, let me make sure. Yep. Look, 1, 2. And all of those, all of those. Okay, we're on item number 25. So, at the meeting on Monday, well, I was unfortunately stranded in the airport. Mr. Mikey Constantino came and gave an update on the Sylvan Road project and kind of broached or mentioned this idea and concept of an innovation district or TAD. And so that project has a lot of potential. And as they've been looking at different ways to, make the project happen or figure out opportunities from different incentives, there is a suggestion or desire or idea of exploring making that area an innovation district or tax allocation district, I should say. And literally it's just a concept at this point, but I think if we allow the city manager, city attorney to even just bring back information to us around TAD creation. I mean, the TADs that we have in place existed when we got here. All of the ones that we currently have in place, we paid off the Camp Creek TAD, which I know will help as it relates to the percentage of city property that can be in a tax allocation district. But given the concept being brought up by during that presentation and just to whether or not that's something that we want to consider, I would like for the staff and city manager, city attorney to talk with them and share information with us around what the TAD process is. One, are we in a position to create a new TAD? I think there's a restriction of like 10% of your digest or something. Some other vague requirements that I'm kind of remotely aware of, but getting more information around that to kind of explore, I think would be helpful to see how we might be able not only support that project that will be a development of regional impact, but also just spurring innovation and spurring development in that corridor, right? And so that's why I placed it on tonight, not for any action, just for initial discussion and hopefully for council to have no objection to staff bringing back some information to us at the August work session. And again, nothing necessarily with a high level of specificity, just what's the process? Are we able to do a new TAD, right, given the TADs that we have in place, and, kind of talking with them to come back around that. Councilmember Martin
And
Rogers.
this is specifically for the Sylvan Road project, right?
Well, it would be that area. So generally with a TAD, you do like a whole area, right? Like, so the Camp Creek TAD was whole marketplace area. Corridors TAD is like the Walmart and other areas, right? So we'd have to decide
The Sylvan Road.
what geographic area we'd like to have within it, but, at least looking into the suggestion, I think would be helpful as it relates to ascertaining, what incentive for this and other projects in that area, or whatever geographical area we define as the innovation district or innovation TAD. Any of to staff and city attorney looking more further into this and bringing us some information and having a conversation with the developer. All right, so if we could put it on the August work session, and then, yeah, just initial information around the creation. We've never created, the last TAD was created before all of us were on council. So this tag creation is not something that we're familiar with.
Excuse,
Mr. John?
yes, Madam Mayor, I was just wondering if you had the contact information? Yes.
Yes, I'll share it.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Next up is the item number 26, Wednesday wind down event protocol. Mr. Jones.
Yep, thank you. So this is motivated by looking at our, I guess let me start off with the passage of the budget. Council wanted the council events to be under the city manager's office. The first event coming very fast is obviously Wednesday wind downs. There's 4 events usually, and typically the July and August event starts, and then the following year there's an event in May and June, I believe it is. And so my direction to staff was like, especially with the events fast approaching, to move forward as we would typically do, just to make very sure that we adhere by all of the procurement practices. And so Chapter 4 in our centralized purchasing policy basically creates a clear, specific guidelines for expenditures for the city manager, not to have purchases over $25,000 without getting council approval. So that basically was the guideline for me to say, okay, we had a couple of expenditures, particularly with the stage, related to the stage, and related to one of our performing artists, particularly the headliner, that was over that $25,000 mark. That basically triggered, in my understanding of the Chapter 4, Section 5402, the limitation of my ability to approve purchases over $25,000. So with that being said, I did reach out to legal, get some opinion, and we didn't get into the specifics of what the programs were, but generally, since the budget had passed, there was some room to consider contracts that were considered to be approved a part of the budget. But with Wednesday wind down, these expenditures typically come in form of invoices, not contracts, leading me to basically bring this to council for what we should establish as our protocol. So either we want to move forward and say, okay, when it comes down to council events, in those situations, don't need to recognize the Chapter 4 section of centralized purchasing, or yes, we would like to see those, even though they may be more of a housekeeping item, to have those items come back to City Council for an additional or recommended approval for those items that go beyond $25,000. So up to date, particularly Wednesday wind down, I have approved some of the smaller items to make sure that the process is moving forward so the event can go on at the scheduled time. We also have to be considering that we're going through a migration with our accounts payable system, and so it's really going to be important to get some kind of guidance or approval for this, for expenditures over $25,000 this evening, so that checks and payments can be made tomorrow before we go into our little blackout spot with our migration requirements on our AP system.
So this indicates action may be taken. I'm about to say no one flight was on. I'm sure there's some previous discussions. Councilmember Mitchell.
Kind of the same question as we just, Mr. Frank, around the sole source. This may be a legal question. Sole source providers, and how does that relate to any type of entertainment and procuring them? Could it be, I kind of had that question.
So we define that, so I read to you how the state defines it. I'll read to you what our city code says. It's at section 4-3305, sole and single source procurement. A contract may be awarded without competition when the purchasing agent determines in writing, after conducting a good faith review of available sources, that there is only one source for the required equipment, supplies, service, construction item, or professional or consultant service. The purchasing agent shall conduct negotiations as appropriate as to price, delivery, and terms. A record of sole source procurement shall be maintained that lists each contractor's name, the name and type of each contract, a listing of the items procured under each contract, and the identification number. So that reads to me that it is some type of deferral to the purchasing agent, provided that they can meet the elements that I just read of how to determine sole and single source. There's not anything in the state law that would put this in conflict with state law. This is not like a public works contract, so you don't have those requirements. So it could very well be single or sole source type of a contract. I will tell you, though, that once the council approves, and this is what I share with the city manager, once the council has approved an item in the budget, it doesn't require an additional vote for council to spend the money. You've already agreed to spend it when it was put in the budget, and the budget was approved.
I thought after a certain amounts, like $25,000.
Yeah, that's for stuff that you didn't approve already in the budget.
Okay. So even like department heads, they have to come before, well, make sure if I got this right, Mr. City Manager. In certain instances, even when the money's been allocated to, say, like a department, I remember at times they come back and ask for permission to spend it.
It's the contract usually that's coming, not the expenditure.
Okay. And I guess my main question was the single source procurement when it comes to entertainment, because of course, it's Atlanta, we have thousands of entertainers, so I'm not really sure if that's verbiage or that pertains to them. You know what I mean?
So based on your code, wait a minute, I can't read and talk. So based on your code, that determination is left to the purchasing agent. The other consideration for like entertainers is you've got copyright laws and their material that they like, so nobody can sing somebody else's song without there being some permissions given that likely we won't know about, right? For them to do that. So it very well could be, in my opinion, I think it could likely meet the sole source, single source definition in the city code.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, so what I'm hearing is that, per the city attorney, that we only need to approve invoices over $25,000 if they weren't already budgeted. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think so. And maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. I'm saying once an item is budgeted, right, you've already given your approval for the expenditure of that money.
Sure. Okay, so then let's take an example from tonight's agenda, the inmate food.
All right, I don't know about that, so give me some more.
Okay, so the inmate food is number 16.
Okay, I see it. Council approval of the purchase of inmate food from Sutherland Food Service under a state contract.
So what I'm gathering is that this item was not already in the budget?
I don't know that. I can't answer that question. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe finance or someone else can provide you with that information, because I'm not sure, unfortunately.
Okay, because it seems like that what we've been doing in practice is every invoice that has come to council for approval has, you know, it's $25,000 or over, regardless on if it's been in the budget or not.
I think we're saying the same thing because I'm saying that the contract does come to you. The contract does come, right? So the city manager doesn't, you want to talk?
Well, I was just going to say, in this situation, we don't have contracts, we just get invoices. So this is a little bit different, and was another reason why I wanted to bring this forth for this conversation. And I would also say I've been a part of this conversation before in other jurisdictions. It's always sometimes just safer to make sure that the council is aware, it's a little bit more transparent. But I have heard legal opinions exactly like this before. So this is also a preference item that usually is worked out through a council retreat. Since we haven't had that, again, this is one of those topics that we should basically lay out what our protocols are, what we are comfortable as a council proceeding for. And since this is a pretty consistent item and will likely come before council many more times, it's probably good to go ahead this first go around, figure out what we're comfortable with as a council, and the city manager's office will abide by either approach. We just wanted to make sure that we were, you know, in compliance with where the majority of council is this first go out.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there's a difference between an invoice and there's a difference between a contract. And so far with events, we've always just had invoices, we haven't had contracts? Okay, so is there a way that we can righten that ship in making contracts?
My goal would be to recommend that we do that next year. I'm familiar with practices in other organizations where we would solidify contracts in the months of February, March for our events, our festivals in the summer and fall. So you can get those contracts solidified, and then they can go through our normal processes, and we would literally have a contract that we could look at, and it would basically look at what you're used to seeing. And then maybe in that case, council wouldn't be so required to hear those expenditures because they have contracts and they would have been approved. Usually I see them in the form of a resolution, so they're tracked by a number. You can always go back to that particular contract for that particular performer months in advance. But I would like to see us move to that direction, or at least that's what I would recommend. Certainly wouldn't be able to do that for July or August, but that's something I would look for moving forward.
Okay, and with the concert in July, do we know what invoices are over the threshold?
We have one performer that's over the threshold. The others are below that threshold.
So it's just the performer and not the stage?
So above that, that's why we acknowledge that as well.
Okay. And then do we know what's going to happen with August? Do we have any invoices coming in so far for that? That's over the allotted $25,000?
At this time, we haven't received any invoices for August event.
Okay. Thank you.
So let me say this. This was put in place after, it was actually put in place last week, after the invoices was received for the lineup for the July event. And I spoke with Mr. Jones on 2 occasions. Matter of fact, Mr. Jones was in the meeting on Wednesday that we had in reference to Wednesday Wind Down. And not one mention about any of this. So technically, there are no invoices that's over the threshold, because as the attorney just stated, once the budget is passed, then that means that the invoices does not have to come back before council to get approved. So I don't know why Mr. Jones felt the need, well, I do know why. Mr. Jones felt the need to do that. And just to be clear, when a deposit was not paid to the performers on the date that it was supposed to be paid, that canceled the event. And that was shared with Mr. Jones by one of the agents, because they did not receive the deposit when it was due. It is sad and disheartening that the city we put in our time and our work, and to have this done. And then to portray as if it was all events, but then put on the agenda one event that has been constantly targeted, and then to say, oh, that's a conversation for a retreat. No, the city has other priorities than these 2 pennies. So, and to just like downgrade everything, not in taking consideration of sponsorships that we receive, other things that we receive. It's just, it's, I'll yield.
Council member comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple questions. Number one, is there a July concert?
Yes. So to be clear, the conversation that was characterized was incorrect. There was a conversation that I did have with the agent. I explained our procurement situation. They understood. They needed to have travel solidified, because that travel had been already planned. We approved, which was under $25,000, the travel for the headliner. I also had conversations with other artists that was under the impression that the event had been canceled. The event has not been canceled. I let them know that the event is ready to go.
Okay, so y'all, we gotta get on the same page. I mean, because right now it's real crazy. Either we're having the event or we're not having the event. And I think the biggest thing is, I'm looking at what the ordinance says, and it says contracts. I know we got this thing, we got contracts, we have invoices. So I think moving forward, we want to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to this. I understand that just maybe now it may be because historically what has been done in the past, that's what we need to kind of move forward with to do now. So that, and then moving forward, we'll go to the contracts. I get it, I understand, contracts are in here, but because we've done invoices in the past, that's what we're gonna do, and that's fine, it's all well and good. Now we're looking at this thing about the budget, the money that's supposed to be spent on it. The budget, like the city attorney said, we've already approved $400,000. That's what's been approved in the budget. So with that being said, if you have an artist that's over the $25,000 threshold, but because it's already been approved in the budget, it doesn't necessarily have to go back to city council because we've approved that. So the other thing is, you got 4 concerts, $400,000. This is just my suggestion so we can move forward, because if not, we'll be here all night doing this. You got 4 concerts, $400,000, $100,000 for each concert. Starting off, $100,000. If you spend $75 on the first one, you got $125 to do the next. But the threshold should be the max at $100,000. And however, if you get the artist to perform for $20, you got what? $990, whatever it is, that minus the $20 or whatever. But I'm just saying, just so we can move forward on this, because y'all, we'll be here all night doing this, and then we're gonna get the public comments next. let's just move forward with this. If it's already, we've approved it for the $400,000, that is just what the budget should be. I don't know what it costs. I don't know what it costs to put on a 4-concert series. But I know what we have, what we've put in black and white, and what we've established is $400,000 to put on these concerts. Starting off the July concert, it's $100,000. And based on what the city attorney said, however those things look, as far as like with the artists or whatever, because it's already been approved, it doesn't necessarily have to come back to council. So if that's the case, the whole concert, it should be travel, accommodations, your food, your tent, everything that goes into Wednesday Wind Down. Like I said, because I don't know. If that's what we're saying that this event is budgeted for, that's at $100,000. And, because I know, so with the verbiage on here, so what's not supposed to be over $45,000? Is that's for the stage or for the artist?
Councilmember Martin Rogers, and then Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Ziegler.
Yeah, so I was,
Hold on a minute.
okay.
Okay, yeah, that's for the stage.
So the stage is 45,000, and then the artist can't go over 60,000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you got $105,000 to pull all this off. So in that, and that's gonna be everything that goes along with that. Okay, see,
So-
I'm lost.
No, so the stage is different, because this 45 was based on May concert. This doesn't go into if you have a live band, because their riders have backline. And older bands, older performers come with live bands. They don't do tracks. So to cap it at 45, you'll never be able to get a live band.
So I would also say to that, the stage is a separate line item than $100,000. The stage was a whole nother line item in the budget.
So how much are we allocating for the stage for each?
The stage is different based on
Whatever they.
exactly it could be anywhere from, like, May was 45, hip hop, risers. You might get somebody who has a 12-piece band, might be 48. So it just depends on what's in the rider that has the cost is.
Okay, so just a suggestion, I'm just putting it out. To do whatever it is that needs to be done for the artists and riders, and if they do like like hotel or
We don't
travel
do-
or whatever,
Okay.
that's the $100,000, because that's what's for that month, because you got 3 other concerts, $300,000 left. The stage.
And then we get sponsorships.
And then when you, like you said, when you factor in your sponsor. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I know, the new fiscal year. So I'm saying, so the fiscal year is gonna cover July, August 2025, May, June 2026. So, yeah, so you have so for July 2025, the $100,000, if it's whatever we kind of figure out is gonna be a stage amount, just however you have to make it work, because also, like you say, you factor in if you have sponsors. So let's just say we say for each concert, $30,000 for the stage. Just throwing out a number, don't know if that's what it's gonna be, high or low. But if it's $30,000 plus, and let's just say your stage actually for your July concert is $45,000, but you got $30,000.
No, July concert wasn't, the stage
I mean,
wasn't
I'm just
45.
throwing stuff out. I'm just throwing stuff out, just some numbers. And if it's 30, which is budgeted for each concert series, so you got 120 total, all throwing out numbers. And for the July concert, the stage is going to be $45,000, because you said, I'm just saying, but you have sponsors, then that sponsor money
No,
will make up.
the stage was not 45. The stage was more like 52.
Okay, I'm, all right. I'm just, I'm just kind of throwing stuff out, just so everything can be across the board. And I don't know if it lends room to negotiate, hey, I know that this stage supposed to cost 45,000. All I got is 30. What can we do for 30? I mean, I'm just saying, just so we can kind of keep something that's gonna be consistent, so we can, come on, kick this can down the road so we can wrap this thing up. I mean, that's what's in the budget, and I want us to be able to, to move and do that. Like I said, because you do have sponsors that come in, and that helps absorb some of the costs, and there's some other things that you do as well. So, like, I don't want to, like, I don't want to get it to the point, I know we have this here for 45,000 for the stage and 60,000 for artists. If you have $100,000, I don't want it to be pigeonholed in where you have to, you just have this particular dollar amount for that. If your 100,000 is what it takes that you have to do everything that you have to do, then let that 100,000 be. However,
That 100,000 is not going to get the stage. Stage is separate.
no, I'm not saying the same. I'm just saying the budget for the artists. I mean, so
Okay, for
because
the artists.
yeah. So
Okay.
we're not. No. Well, that's for the artists. If you have to do like some travel stuff.
Well, we don't pay for airfare. We've never paid for that.
Like I said, I don't know what it goes into to do this. I'm just kind of throwing out stuff that I think, I just know if it's an artist, they got to get here. If they're on a bus or, the food, the tents, I know just the stuff that I see is out there. So if that's, you take care of all of that in that $100,000, because that's what's budgeted for that concert for that month. However, those numbers work.
What's the separate amount that was approved in the budget for the stage?
150.
Yeah.
So that's outside of the 400,000.
That was outside of the 400. And what I was going to suggest, definitely see where Councilwoman Cummings are going. The sponsors, as that comes in, can rectify or help us adjust our numbers for the next concert. We are always going to have more pressure on the last concert, because based on the level of sponsorships as they come in, that might give us the room to pay extra for little items that go a little bit over, or it could basically cover where we came in short. The most pressure is going to be on the last concert, which it will either have to be downscaled on the number of performers or whatever, but we can always make adjustments up to the last concert, which is exactly what happened last fiscal year, where the concert was just not able to be paid for because the other concerts throughout that year apparently were higher. And so we can do the same thing with sponsorships. Sponsorships can give us more money depending on how robust they are, and we can make those adjustments on the next following concert, which will give us time to close out a concert, figure out where we were, and then get prepared for the next one. So that part I don't have a problem with. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page on how we move forward.
So that's my suggestion. I mean, I don't know. So are we voting on something, or, I mean, how are we proceeding on this?
Well, it sounds like I'm on legal ground if I paid.
The city manager, the item has specific amounts. It sounds like Councilmember Cummings, you're recommending, instead of trying to set specific amounts, like this is the amount, this is the budget, and whatever it costs to produce the July, it might take way less from the other ones, but instead of trying to lock in on an exact dollar amount, like there's $150,000 approved in the budget, as approved by council for stage, and there's $400,000 for the Wednesday wind down. So we're talking about two separate line items for the total event, right? And so what you're recommending is different than what's on the agenda. The agenda is set a predefined amount for stage usage, set a predefined amount for artists, and I think these numbers are per event. So if that's the amount that you can't exceed for artists, 60,000, so that would be 40,000 left for other stuff, the trailers and the whatever, right? To get to the 100,000 that you're talking about. And then, I can't do the math too quick. If it was 200,000, I know it'd be $50,000 per show, per stage, but 150 divided by 4 is where you start, or if you use more for, so Councilman Trice said in May, 45,000 was used, but in July, there was a projection of 52,000. Well, in May, there was 5,000, well, whatever the amount is divided, right? Like, so, let me do the math quick so I can stop speculating. 150 divided by 4 is 37.5. So if you take 45 from 150, that leaves 105 currently budgeted for the stage, right? Outside of sponsorship and other stuff that comes in. So what you're proposing, I get, but it's different than what the city manager has asked. And this item indicates that action may be taken. And so, you know, the event is potentially, today is the 14th, it's supposed to be on the 23rd. We're talking less than 10 days.
And there's been no advertisement, no flyers, no nothing.
And I think the other thing is, I mean, the cultural arts department or there's a $250,000, $300,000 budget for those events. Are we doing this across the board? Because this shouldn't really be a Wednesday wind down protocol. It should be event protocol, right? Like, to single this out makes it look like it's targeted. If all of the events went under the city manager, and there's another department in the city that has, I can't remember the amount, but I believe it's over $250,000 for events, and utilizes the city hall as if it's like, you know, just an event space. There's always something in city council chambers, which we talked about, really not having so much usage in here. There's an event here and there and everywhere. Get it. But is this for all events? Are we going to spend our time tonight talking about Wednesday wind down and then having to revisit this for all events, now that all events are under the city manager? So I was just, that was a long-winded way, because as we're having the conversation, I'm trying to build on what each person is recommending. So you recommended something different that's on the agenda, but I wanted to make clear what that recommendation is so that people can be considering that as we have further conversation. Council member, comment?
I don't want it to seem like it's singling out an event. I mean, I don't have a problem if you do it across the board for every event. I don't have a problem with that. We just need to be consistent, and if that's what's in the budget to use for an event, then that's the money that should be used for an event. Like I said, I don't know what it costs to put on anything. That the stuff that's on the front lawn, the stuff that's in the comments, I don't know. I'm just saying, it's always, people go back and forth, let me get invoices for this, let me get invoices for that, let me see how much this stuff costs. The budget is not what it is, we aren't being transparent. So I'm just saying, if the event is $400,000, you got 4 concerts, spend $400,000. The money now for the stage, I don't know if that, I know at one point I think when it initially came out, the money for the stage was to purchase a stage. We never purchased a stage. I don't think, I don't really like the, just putting it back in there every year for a stage budget. If we're gonna purchase a stage, then purchase the stage. And then if that's the case, if there was another event, like like, I don't know what was, if somebody else had an event and it was for the stage, because what does the stage include? That's the stage, that lights, is that audio, what's included in it? So all that stuff is in there. So is it specific for just the Wednesday wind down, or, like I said, we need to, I guess, kind of talk about how all the stuff is supposed, allocated for what to do, whatever. But that's just my suggestion. If we're gonna, use a certain dollar amount that we'll use for the stage, And because, like I said, I know you do get sponsorship that comes in, which could help to supplement some of the stuff if there's some shortcomings, and just operate within that budget. That's my suggestion. So I don't know if it's the will of council, but that would be my suggestion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And when we were here for our over 40th budget meeting, I asked you, Mr. Jones, on the record, were you going to be a part of the conversations with council-sponsor events? And you shook your head yes. I believe you also gave a verbal consent to yes. But now I'm hearing conflicting reports from Councilmember Shropshire in which, you know, it's just conflicting reports with what it is you're trying to do here tonight. But I also caught the fact that you said you sat in a Wednesday wind down pre-planning meeting. What expenses have been paid as far as that travel for the artists, and how were they paid? Because you said that the travel for the artists has been paid. So how has that been paid, and you're here tonight requesting, so their travel has been paid for?
Yes, so the travel was $7,700.
For the
Excuse me?
artists?
Yes. So that came from a conversation, which I was articulating earlier, that the event wasn't canceled. What was initially submitted to the city was a $25,000 deposit. I had concerns about that based on the centralized purchasing policy, which I had talked about earlier. But I called the agent, and the agent explained the situation to the agent. The agent was more than understanding and says, well, the hard cost that we have right now that immediately needs to be paid because of timelines and travel and airlines and all that was $7,700. So to secure the act logistics, I said, yeah, we can get that done. I wound up paying for that with city credit card so that we can secure the act. All the other things, I said I would get clarification tonight. And I'm hearing, so there's a couple things. We didn't really know how to word this, so that we try to make it as vague as possible so that we can have the flexibility to make whatever adjustments we needed to make. But I'm also hearing that the city attorney is comfortable that I already have the authority. So
I think the city attorney has been misquoted about 3 times
okay.
already.
Well, I will let the city attorney allow to
clarify that
then.
Okay.
But yes.
So what I'm also hearing is that the budget has been passed, so you have this authority. And you had it when we passed the budget, when all of the council events were put under your discretion or under the city manager's office. And $7,000 has already been paid, but you don't know if the people are coming or not because the invoices haven't been paid. The deposits haven't been paid.
But I'll let the city attorney respond to the budget.
Oh, so we're just on
City, if anybody leaves, the meeting stops. So I mean, I'm here, but if
Can I
that's the decision, then that's what happens.
Can I
But
explain?
let me go to the city attorney, and then I'm gonna go to Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Ziegler. I come back to Councilmember Shropshire. I think this agenda item is very specific. It's not general. I think what Councilmember Commons recommended is a general proposal. I think this indicates action may be taken tonight. I think that we paid for airfare for our artists that we don't even know if they're actually going to perform because we haven't paid a deposit. I'm going to go to City Attorney Wiggins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want you to think of it. I know Councilwoman Ziegler tried to give an example earlier, one that I don't know if it fit what we were discussing, but think of it as, let's take water, for instance. They need a pipe repaired or something. Well, the money is in the budget for them to do that, but they bring you the contract to bind the city to have some contractor come and fix a pipe. So when I was saying that the authority is already there, the authority is there to spend the money because that's your funding source. You don't need to do a budget amendment to put additional funds in the council event line item to carry this out. Hopefully that clears up what I said earlier, but your vote on the budget gives you kind of have a two-tier system because the vote on the budget gives the authority to spend the money, but everything over 25,000 needs a contract to come before the council. So if it's over 25, that's what the procurement policy says. I can't get around that, right? I'm not trying to make excuses for that. But the money is spent. Well, not spent, but it is there to be spent. And only if you go over budget, then you need a budget amendment to fix your funding source. Where is the additional money coming from?
Okay, really quick. So thank you for clearing that up. So I think my biggest concern is we're spending kind of what was just mentioned, anything over $25,000 needs a contract. Kind of with this whole situation now, I don't think it's the best practice to hire artists or services without having a contract because you really don't have a recourse to get your money back.
Well, I would also add, and I don't mean to interrupt you, that there have been instances where I have received emails with, for review, for legal review, invoices for certain services or goods. So an invoice can be a contract, right? If there are terms, right? Because all that is I'm going to pay you for you to do something or for you to give me something. So it's an exchange of money for a service or money for a good. So I didn't make a legal determination as to whether or not these invoices are contracts or not. I haven't seen them. There are certain things that contracts must have in them or invoices must have in them to rise to that level. So legal has not made a determination as to whether or not these invoices are contracts, but just know an invoice can be that.
So even to that, I guess to the legal side of that, so if I pay somebody and there are no real stipulations, like an invoice would probably just be a number, I guess the part that's missing is the legal language there. Madam City Attorney, so that's kind of my thing. And I know you said you want to wait the next year, but I think this is a perfect situation since we already paid a deposit, we already paid travel or whatever we paid. How can we, what recourse do we have to come back and say, we need our money back? I think that's my biggest concern. Next, I wrote down another question. So this stage fund, is that just for one event or is that for all of any, I guess, council events? Do you know?
Well, I did ask our procurement director to talk about the history of the stage. He kind of walked me through it once, but I don't want to butcher it up. So I allow him to talk about the history of the stage, and he can kind of shed some light on how much we have for the stage.
Councilman Mitchell, Councilwoman Shropshire mentioned that, Councilwoman Cummins mentioned that we were in attempt to try to purchase a stage several years ago, or a couple of years ago rather. We did do a solicitation for that. It came back that the company that won the solicitation, the time to get the stage was a 3 to 4 year lead time. I think that stage priced at $350,000. So what we're doing now is, according to your question, and I didn't know, or we didn't know that, according to what Councilwoman Shropshire said, if a live band, there would be extra parts to the stage that had to be added on. But the last PO that we saw, the highest PO that we saw in recent, last year rather, was like 45. So that's why we did not to exceed 45. So if we need to change that to 65 or whatever, we can do that. But it is per event, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. No, I think that, but is this for everybody's use? Okay, thank you. And I also had how is like overtime calculated and security and fencing and all that kind of stuff? Is that coming out of that line item, or are these like unrealized costs?
Yeah, many of those costs were in that $100,000 or that $400,000 number. There were other expenses throughout the other departments that were a part of their budgets. So some of the things that we're going to be doing is asking departments to now start calculating what they're spending on the various events so that we can clearly know overall what the city's spending or investing in those events.
Okay, but that's my biggest thing that I would suggest is sooner than later, we just, I think per contract and procurement 5-401, I think anything over a certain amount has to have a contract. And I think just to be safe, I think that should be the practice, but thank you.
Yes, so, okay, so from what I've heard so far, anything over $25,000 needs a contract, an invoice can be a contract, and any of these contracts have to come to council for approval before we actually spend money on it. Is that correct?
Councilman Ziegler, the procurement threshold is anything over 12,500.
12,500.
Goes to a competitive bidding process. If it goes above that 25,000, that's when we bring it to you all for approval. So in this case, the two items that are associated with this particular event were the stage and the entertainers. So that's why you have those two items on the agenda this evening.
Gotcha. Okay. And so my question is on the sole source provider for the stage. Sorry to have you spin around, come back. So for the sole source provider for the stage, so are we saying that there's only one provider in Atlanta that rents stage?
There is one provider on the entire continent of North America, and they're actually located in Canada. So the company that we get this stage from, they were the last company in the state of Georgia to purchase from them. So they actually have the stage that we were trying to acquire. So it meets all the specs that we've actually put out in the solicitation. And so that's why that manufacturer has given the sole source letter for it. So this is the only company, not only in Georgia, well, actually, this is the only company in Georgia that can provide that stage itself.
Okay. And Mr. City Manager, so what's on the agenda tonight? Is this for us to approve for the July concert, or is this for all events, for all the Wednesday Wind Down concerts?
So this was with July in mind. This was with July in mind?
For July?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And who, so the artists, not to exceed 60,000, who's going to be the artist? Who's lined up for it?
We have the commitment. So my conversation, they understand this. They expect to hear something tomorrow.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, unless somebody is going back and doing something behind my conversations, that's my understanding. And that my last conversation was Friday. And I've talked to other artists that have been getting some information that apparently is not correct.
Artists.
So let's do one at a time. Let's get through this. Here's the reality. all 5 of y'all gotta vote for it. If one person don't agree with it, you can't come to a relationship, it's not happening tonight. The $60,000 that's been budgeted for, or that is in this recommendation for artists, based upon what you know, does this cover the artists? If not, it's not happening, because this is not enough money to cover the artists that were supposedly already booked if they're still gonna come. Does this $45,000 cover the stage? Councilman Shropshire said stage was $52,000. If it doesn't, then there's not gonna be a stage, right? So like, that's the reality of where we are right now at 11:26 p.m. It's the second to the last item on the agenda. But like, this says action may be taken, so there clearly was some either conversation, some idea that something might happen tonight. And if what you've provided and recommended does not cover the cost that you know of already, it's not gonna happen, whether they approve what you asked for tonight or not. Because tomorrow, you're not gonna be able, if this isn't enough, it's not gonna make it happen. And so I think we need to have a conversation around realities, and if these are the amounts that will ensure that it happens, but I heard the stage is $52,000, so this $7,000 short, if that's correct. I don't know what the total amount is from the artist, but like, again, I think it is unfortunate that we're having a discussion about events that have now been moved under the city manager, specifically focusing on one event. There was just an event that happened in City Hall. There's some events coming up. We ain't heard nothing about that. And if this is an event protocol and policy, then have the discussion around that and build something in place that doesn't tie hands to be able to make it happen. The suggestion by Councilmember Cummings of here's the budget, work within the budget, and then if the money is spent down, then there's no events. But to lock into prices, because this right here, unless you're coming back each month, this says $45,000 for the stage each month, and $60,000 is the maximum for the artist each month for Wednesday Wind Down. Now, we don't have no protocol on other events, and there are a whole lot of them. A whole lot. There is, Wednesday Wind Down is $400,000 in the event budget, and there's either $800,000 or $1 million more of events outside of Wednesday Wind Down. So it's either double or almost triple what the Wednesday Wind Down amount is. But we're having this discussion about one event that's supposedly happening in 9 days. So if the 5 of you all can't come to an agreement on anything tonight, this ain't going nowhere. And in fact, if there's action taken on it, it can't come back for 60 days. You're gonna miss August, because that's what the charter says. So as we look at these things, we need to think about impact of decisions. This is not just, this doesn't say for July, it says per event. If this does not pass tonight, your Wednesday Wind Down event protocol per our charter, either charter or ordinance, can't come back for 60 days. So we're not gonna have August. So either we're gonna be able to get to consensus or not, but all 5 of y'all have to agree on something. Councilmember Ziegler, and then Councilmember Shropshire, and Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think the reason why we're talking about this particular event today is because this is imminent, right? This is coming up in 9 days, as Madam Mayor has told us. So, that is why we're talking about this specific event now. Additionally, when we were talking about council events, we were talking about $900 and some odd thousand of events being spent just on the council side, of which $550,000 is Wednesday Wind Down. No,
that's not it. Let me put.
Okay, so it's $400,000, quote unquote, through hotel motel, and then there's $150,000 with the stage. So.
The other events are over $800,000 for council. It's not a total of $900. It's over $1.2 million.
Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, I know that there were some events that were moved to cover Wednesday Wind Down because it went over budget as well. So. I don't know what's going on, but that's what happened. So, so this is why we're talking about this tonight. As much as people want to throw their hands on the table and try to, throw a temper tantrum, that's fine, but, just remember we have a civility pledge that we walk past every night. I would want us to stay within the budget that we had agreed on, $400,000 for Wednesday Wind Down. That's the budget for this event. The stage budget actually does not specifically call out Wednesday Wind Down. I don't know what about that, but I would prefer for $100,000 per event if we're going to remain with having 4 events for the fiscal year, because with how expensive things are, we may not just be able to afford 4 events because it is so expensive. I don't know if there's some other opportunities for revenue generation, like selling tickets or things like that, but we do have to be financially sound. We have to be financially responsible. We have a fiduciary responsibility, each and every one of us. When we look at all the other things we have to do in the city, we have to look at discretionary spending. And this is discretionary because it's an event. We cannot pull money from water and sewer. We cannot pull money from planning community development. We cannot pull money from anywhere else. The only money that we can pull from are events. So that is why this is a topic of discussion. And so that's, and for me, I would want us to stick with budget and just spend the $400,000 for the fiscal year.
So can I?
Again, that's not what's on the agenda tonight. Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Martin Rogers, this agenda item is about specific amounts.
Exactly.
And so if you all are recommending general, that's not what he's asking for. It's actually also already been approved in the budget that already allocates $400,000 for the event. So you all are saying something different than what the city manager put on the agenda. Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember.
Thank you. And yes, we go past the civility pledge, and nobody is throwing temper tantrums, especially when there are people who play victim. But we're going to keep this professional. And it has been a target for Wednesday Wind Down. And I'm going to continue to say it. We have a budget of $247 million. But yet, for the 4 months, they have tried to take 2 pennies. 2 pennies. When there are other issues going on in this city. And if it's budgeted at $400,000, that's what we spend. We get sponsorships. We also get in-kind donations as well. But, and let's go back to the artists. Paying their airfare is not paying the deposit. The airfare was paid because they had already booked their airfare to come. When they didn't receive the deposit on the day that it was due, that canceled the event. So I don't know what conversations you had, but I know when you had the conversation with them, I got a phone call from that same person. And we can call them and verify. But this has really made the city look bad, because out of the 8 years, we've never had a problem with making payment to an artist. And to sit on a phone call, on a meeting, knowing that you were not going to sign the check, and to call me at 2 o'clock on Thursday after the payment should have been submitted says a lot. That says a lot. It says a lot. That speaks a lot. And it was after the fact that you had conversations with other people. That's the sad part. At any time during that meeting, you could have explained or said whatever it was you had to say when we had that Wednesday wind down meeting on Wednesday, because we also had to go over the procedures as to how the vendors can submit their payment because the system was going to be down. And you are correct, Mayor. Capping it at this amount would not even get the headliner. And you would never have a band, a live band, because everybody would have to sing to tracks. But to do this at the 11th hour, you can hold up. I know every invoice. One was 50, one was 12, and one was 10. That's $72,000. But you capping it at 60.
60 is just the one that goes over 25,000. The others were within the procurement threshold.
No.
So again,
So
misrepresentation.
No.
let's not go back and forth. It doesn't sound like this going anywhere tonight. Like, in order for the event to happen, the budget has already been approved for $400,000. Period. That's the recommendations have been, don't go over the $400,000. Nobody's spending $400,000 on one event. There's already authorization for that. But if you're saying, as a city manager, you're not gonna move until you get this level of specificity, and we're 9 days out from the event, like, you all are talking about something different from what he's asking. And so either his request is gonna be entertained and action is going to be taken, or he's going to feel like he doesn't have the authority to make whatever calls he needs to make tomorrow to make these things happen. And so then it's not going to happen. But we are talking about things that aren't on this agenda. The city manager keeps holding up invoices. If y'all don't approve this or approve something, he's not moving. And there's already been a vote to put all of the events under the city manager, but we're spending all our time tonight talking about Wednesday wind down, and there are other events coming up. There are absolutely other events coming up. And so this area that has the budget has a total of $1.16 million in this section of the budget. That includes some professional services along with events. And so you all already approved the budget. In fact, we allegedly had over 40 meetings to approve a budget. That still didn't get approved on time. And if this was going to be what council was going to do, the majority of this council was going to do, should have approved the budget timely, and then we could have had this discussion sooner, and then maybe be in a different position. But what he's asking would not only, if not approved, prevent the July event, it would also prevent August, because you can't come back for 60 days. So we gonna be here forever, because there's nobody on the same page, other than there's been two around. It should just be general, don't go over the $400,000. You can't make that decision now. The event ain't gonna be $400,000. July's not gonna be $400,000. August is not gonna be $400,000. Those things happen over time. So I'm unclear about what we're doing, because we're not entertaining what he's asked. And so if you all want to stay here and continue to talk ad nauseum about something that is different than what he's requesting and couching it in this event is coming up, and y'all been talking about Wednesday wind down since budget season started last year. Like, this has been the topic. If we were really having a conversation about events, now that the events are in the city manager, we'd be talking about an overall event protocol. It's not just that the event is coming up. There are other events coming up. But there is a desire to specifically deal with this and have this on the agenda and all of the things that come with it. So I'm gonna go back to Councilmember Ziegler. I think Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Cummings in, but you all are not discussing what the city manager is asking. Nobody has said that's where you're leaning, and if that's not the case, it takes all of you. One person can't disagree. Because if so, there won't be five. We got a tight quorum. I don't vote unless it's a tie, so I'm not gonna vote. Everybody here outside of me is gonna have to agree to something, and if we're not gonna get there, just say we're not gonna get there and let's move on. Councilmember Ziegler and Councilmember, what's that, Cummings and Mitchell and Cummings? Mitchell and Cummings.
Madam Mayor, can I ask for a clarification that might shortchange all the discussion? My understanding, and if the city attorney can help me understand, am I obligated to bring items over $25,000, or is the budget enough authority? Because if the budget is enough authority, we keep on hearing that, I am good to move forward. The reason that I brought this forward, I was uncertain. I see the purchasing policy that clearly puts a cap at $25,000. I have a couple of items, only a couple, that are over that $25,000. The others, I have told staff to move forward, and they have on everything that was under $25,000. There are a number of performers that were under $25,000. They have not been stopped in any sense of the word. So I just want to know, if the legal tells me I'm in good standing, I don't need to worry about what I have read earlier tonight, I'm good to move forward. If, on the other hand, and I have all the invoices here, and she can look at them to see if they amount to contracts or not, then I need direction from council. That's all this is. It's not a referendum on Wednesday wind down. This is 14 days since the budget was passed. So if there's any event that happened within the 14 days, I'm not aware of it, and if my staff approved the items, I will make sure that they weren't over $25,000, whatever that event was.
Yeah, so these items that we vote on constantly, every month, they have already been in the budget that we've approved. So like all these cars, that's in the capital improvement program, or the capital improvement plan, and that's in the budget that we've already voted on. The inmate, like all these items are in the budget and have an invoice or contract that's over the $25,000 allotment. So something is askew if now we're saying that that the only thing that we have been voting on are things that are not in the budget, in the original budget. In order to get us through July and August, I would be okay with approving the what's been proposed, but we really need to figure this out. Oh, just July? Just July, okay. So I would be comfortable with having this just for July, and then we can figure out the rest, how we want to handle the rest of the events in a council retreat.
Yeah, I thought the council retreat is postponed until after the election. There's no need to have a retreat at this juncture when there's potentially change coming up. So like, why would we be having a retreat and there are 5 seats up for re-election this year? That was a discussion previously, but at any rate, what has been shared is what is recommended, does not is not, would prevent the July from happening. Councilmember Ziegler, you have anything else?
It's not to my recollection that we publicly talked about,
We haven't publicly talked about any of it.
It's not my recollection that we talked about waiting on the retreat until after the election. I mean, if 5 or 6 people want to meet, then we can meet. So anyway, and I would prefer to not delay, as, I mean, that would be the expectation. They would have to wait until next January at the earliest. That's a long time to wait. That's a quarter of, or an eighth of my term. Anyway, so I would be okay with approving this agenda item tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. So even looking at this agenda item, so what I'm hearing, 45,000, I think it might be a little bit more for a stage. However, I think this would be an all-encompassing rule for all events, because I don't think anybody's spending $60,000 on an artist other than this event. So that has to be stated and not conflated. Also, I would say this, you were voted in unanimously to run this event and have authority. So they have to let you do your job without all this interference. So that's one thing I am saying. However, I don't think, as it's written right now, that would be enough for a stage. So I'm not sure if that would suffice. But and we're voting on what's written. I don't think this would be sufficient enough. But yeah, I'll yield. I'll go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so, Mr. City Manager, I know we said 45,000 for a stage, 60,000 for an artist. Are you okay if it's just, like I said, $100,000 for this event? Are you fine with that? City Manager's okay with that. Councilmember Shropshire, is there any sponsorship for July? No, that's for, that would be for the July concert. Oh, well, okay, it's 105 that's in here for the concert. Now, there's a portion of the stage money. I mean, they have a stage budget that's in there, and I think a portion, an equal amount allocated. So I'm gonna throw this number out again. I'm just gonna say, for each month, it's $30,000. Or if you want to break it, I mean, I don't know, they can figure out either you divide it into the 4 and it's $37,500. And then that's a question saying that it shouldn't just be specifically for Wednesday Wind Down. We're just trying to get to a point that we can agree on something. So if it's $105,000 to do the concert, however, if your artist, if it totals $72,000, then you have the $38,000 and whatever, if it's a portion of the stage budget for that. Plus, if you have any. No, I mean, we have a stage budget, but I think it should be an equal amount across each month. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. So even if you said 105,000 to do whatever it is that you're going to do, and if you took the stage budget, and even if you took it and you divided by 4, that's $37,500. But if the concert costs more than that for July, then so what do you do then?
So Mr. Jones keeps holding up.
And the only reason that I'm saying that is because if you get to the point, let's just say at the end of the day, it's 100 and you do all the concerts, it's $150,000. That's $600,000. But if it's budgeted $400,000 and even for $150,000 for the stage, still $50,000 short. So the whole thing, I think, is what we're trying to get is we got to operate within this budget. That may not be the artist, and we have to look at doing another artist, somebody that's going to be a little bit cheaper. Or if you leverage with the stage people, hey, instead of, I get if you have like all of the people lined up, this is what I have for each one of these, for these 4 months, for these concerts. They may say originally, it may be different amounts of different things, but if I say I'm bringing you 4 concerts, instead of it originally costing $85,000, maybe they can do it for $60,000. I don't know, like I said, I don't know anything about putting on a concert. I'm just trying to get us to the point that we can get out of here tonight because I'm ready to go home. And that's what I'm saying, the sponsorships are there, so. Okay.
Councilwoman Shropshire, can you just offer a number that you think will work?
For the stage?
How much?
Okay.
52.
I'm okay with 52,000.
Can we just change that piece since it's already written?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know.
But he said he was going to change it.
Artists. We were trying to protect the identity of the headliner. That's all that is. I understand that.
Somebody would come to you and say it doesn't say that, and then tomorrow we'll be dealing with something different. No.
So the stage is, Councilmember Shropshire said 52. What's the artist total? What was the projected artist total? So that's 124.
I thought it was 60,000 per artist it couldn't exceed.
Just allow the amendment. We can.
Okay, yeah, that's how I was reading that. It's 60,000 per
It's
artist.
not 60,000 per artist. If it's 60,000 per artist, you're gonna exceed that, and you could exceed that in one event.
I mean, it says per event. I mean, we paying that for one person.
So at 52 and 72.
Black Street was 65.
52 and 72 is 124. This is the beginning of the fiscal year. So that would be either the 72 is from the 400 and the 52 is from the stage amount or whatever, but that's a total of 124. So we're talking about 105, that's $19,000 different. And we can't agree, it's fine, let's move on, do the last item and be out, because like what's on the agenda is not gonna allow the event to happen. And this says per event and not just for July, so if there is action taken and council is trying to see when's they wind down each month, or there's a difference, I don't know how you address that, but I really look forward to seeing the event protocol for all events and not just singling out one. So the numbers are 52,000 for stage and 72,000 for artists. Is there any level of desire to entertain that. If that's not it, the ask is 45,000 for stage and maximum 45,000, maximum 60,000. Is there 5 on that? If everybody can agree, it's not, neither one are gonna move. And then you're gonna be in a 60-day period.
Honestly, the biggest thing missing is the contract piece, I feel. Because there's no way we cutting a contract without, paying out this money without contracts. I feel if anything needs to be amended or added to that.
Based on this, it's only one vote.
But I think that should be it's already in the procedure. I just think if we're gonna be identifying things.
I don't know if we need to identify the artist.
Mayor, I located a provision, if you would allow some clarity around this contract question. Is that
Go
okay?
ahead.
Okay. 4-3603 provides that all contracts, letters of engagement, or agreements for equipment, supplies, services, construction services, professional service, and consulting services resulting from the bid procurement process must be approved by council. And so if you read that in tandem with the whole sole source conversation we were having, and if you want, I don't know, George Lawson to come and perform, or if you want 2 Chainz to come and perform, that's a sole source, because nobody's gonna be 2 Chainz. Nobody else can be George Lawson, right? And so if you read that in tandem, then it's reading that you guys don't require contracts when there's not a bid or procurement process based on this code section I'm reading.
That was kind of my only real concern is we need contracts moving forward. And I think she just kind of verified that. So if we can, rather sooner than later, I'm not sure if that's something we want to put in this motion, or, if y'all want to wait till next week until we can get some stuff together. But you have the authority from how I look at it, so I'm not sure what you'll be waiting on.
He has the authority to do what? Because he's not clear on what he has the authority to do. So you're telling him he has the authority to do what?
To run the event.
But he says he doesn't feel like he has the authority if it's over $25,000. That's why we're here. And I'm sure there were conversations. This ain't a surprise.
But the $25,000 doesn't have anything to do with a contract. The $25,000 had something to do with whether it does not, it comes to council. It's the 12.5. So the money tiers is about bidding. It's about whether or not it gets competitively bidded. That's what the money tiers do in your. So 12.5 could still require a contract, right? $500 could still require a contract. But this code section I just read says that those contracts are required as a result of procurement, as a result of the bid and procurement process. This did not go through that because of whatever reason, but I think the reason you can give to it is that it's a sole source type of procurement approach, which doesn't get bid.
And that was the advice of previous council, which is why things have been happening I said that was the advice of previous attorney, and that's why it's been operating as it has. Nevertheless, we're here tonight because there are different desires
Do I need to abide by that?
on this council. The city manager wouldn't have put this on the agenda if he felt, 1, he had the authority, or 2, that it might not move in the way that it needed to. If so, we've been wasting everybody's time. And so, what's on the agenda?
These invoices do they require your signature by the mayor?
No.
There's no corresponding, you get it and you pay it?
That's the
He
extent
signs
of
on
it.
checks.
That's one.
That's why you gotta be careful.
That's all we get.
That's what I said. I didn't really view that as a contract, though. It's a.
But this wouldn't be.
Okay. Yeah, so what I've been seeing, that's why, we need to have something written down, because after we pay it, they can run off and you never see them again, or?
I will say I'm comfortable with the interpretation that the city attorney just shared is an interpretation that I heard from the procurement director. So that part doesn't surprise me. I'm comfortable with that. The other part of the question is, since it's over $25,000, am I obligated to bring that to city council? And from what I see, it says I am, but.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
The other piece that I just learned is that there's some purchase order that goes along with this, and there are terms and conditions thereon. So you have the protection, it sounds like, Councilman Mitchell, that you're concerned about. I haven't seen the PO, but according to the procurement director, there's something there in addition to this invoice that gets exchanged amongst the parties. I think your only issue is, like the mayor was saying, if you don't put these caps on it, then he can go forward and do what he needs to do for July. And then if you guys want to revamp this thing going forward.
All right. Can I make a motion?
So I'm in.
Attorney Wiggins, are you done?
Yes.
Mr. Jones, you're like.
I think we're.
Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Mitchell, and Councilmember Clemens.
So I guess I'm just confused because in the audit that that came out about the missing money, it was about how these transactions transpired because staff were just paying invoices that were over the $25,000 threshold. So when we talk about these kinds of things, we need to keep those things in mind as well, because this is how we got ourselves in trouble. And the amount of back talk back here is not great. So this agenda item has the stage at 45,000, the act at 60, even though we think it's going to be 52 and 72, which is 124. And, but from the invoices that I have seen, that doesn't include everything. There's still porta potties, there's still consulting fees, there's still a whole lot of other things that go in here that are a part of that $400,000. So, when we talk about $124,000 with the $52,000 for the stage and the $72,000 for the acts, I mean, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And I think that it's very prudent and it's important that we talk about these kinds of things because this does raise questions on how we're spending our money. So I think that it's very important that we keep talking about this. Because, I mean, in my opinion, $72,000 for an act, for one concert, when my power goes out all the time, or when the power lines catch on fire, or when the telephone pole explodes because the power line, I don't know, somehow the power caused the telephone pole to explode, or the water lines to disconnect. Like, there's so many things that are running through my head of things that we need to spend, we really and truly desperately need to spend our money on, and we're going to be spending $72,000 on one act, one time, for one concert that's going to be like an hour.
It's not for one act, that's the total for the act.
It's a total of 4.
Okay, so for 4 acts for one concert.
And it's 4 hours.
Okay, for 4 hours. But that's a lot of money to be spending on a one-time event when we have so many other things we have to spend our money on. I mean, at this point, I mean, if it's going to be 52 and 72 for a total of 124, and that's not even encompassing everything, at this point, I don't see how I can support this. Because that's extremely expensive. We all have to be financially responsible, and we have a fiduciary responsibility to our constituents. We have people in desperate need for housing assistance, for rental utility assistance. There's people who get shut off from their utilities. And we're sitting here at midnight talking about spending $72,000 on just the axe. So, I mean, if you want to spend $72,000 on just axe, when we have seniors who need their home repaired, when we have people who can't pay their utility bill, when we don't know what the financial situation is going to be like this coming year because of what's going on at the federal level, when we're talking about, who knows about what's going to happen with the hotel motel tax, which was brought up tonight, or what's going to happen with the property values, or who's going to be able to pay their property taxes. Like, we have a lot of things that are unknown right now, and for us to be spending $72,000 on just axe seems to be atrocious to me.
Are you done? Because one of the council members needs a bio break, so we're about to have another bio break. I will remind everyone that we spent over $129,000 on July 4th event that we just had,
And don't forget
which was
Drag
one
Down
event.
South,
But
that
right
they
now,
always
we're
Drag Down South.
Right now, we're going to take a bio break because we're going to lose quorum.
Let's go through it, because I'm kind of ready to go home, but I mean.
Councilmember Ziegler.
So I would agree, 4th of July is very expensive. We need to relook at that. That is an extremely expensive event for one time that is just a one-time event. We need to relook at that. Drag Down South always gets put into this. The Atlantic Eagle sponsors 95% of that event. So that's the fact. I mean, you can pull open records as much as you want. I can post it on Facebook if you want. It doesn't bother me, so that's it.
So, if one person not going to vote on it, you have two choices. They can take a vote, and you can't come back for 60 days. Unless you just make the vote about July, and then you come back for August. I don't know how you want to do it. But we are talking in circles, and so I think I said Mitchell and then Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Cummings, and then Councilmember Martin Rogers. Councilmember Mitchell.
I thought we were going to take a break.
I mean, if you, I only knew of one, but if you all want a bio break, we can take another 5-minute bio break, or we can keep pushing. I don't know that we're gonna be any further along in 5 minutes, but
I'll defer to Star. I mean, Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you. So, can I do a motion so we can?
you can do a motion. If it fails, it's a 60-day. Unless you do a motion specifically about July. If it fails,
Yeah.
there's no way that he can do an event.
And that's what I just want to make a motion specifically for July.
Right, but if it fails, he can't do an event.
Sure can't.
And so, I'm not telling you can't, but
yeah.
you can make a motion. If it fails, given the way that the budget has been approved with events under the city manager, if it doesn't, and he's asking for this permission for July or for events, if it fails, it will not be an event. So I'm not sure what your actual motion is going to be, but you can make it for just July, you can make it for Wednesday wind down. Again, we haven't had discussions about the many other events, and when we approved $129,000 for the 4th of July event, there was no concerns. But I'm not going to prevent you from making a motion. I'm just cautioning you that if that happens and it doesn't pass, that's it.
Well, we got to do something, because if not, we'll be here all night. So somebody got to say something. So let me try and do something that's going to be good and friendly and work for everybody. So this.
What, I mean, do you want to poll your motion before you make a motion?
Yes.
Like, what are you
let's
getting ready
poll
to
it.
recommend?
Yeah, so I can poll it.
Yeah, what is your recommendation?
Are we allowed to poll up here?
I'm asking her what her recommendation is, and I'm gonna ask if if anybody's gonna object to it, and you can find that out before you make the motion.
Okay.
That is permissible. Or if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. Make the motion. If it dies, it dies and it's
I want to
done.
make sure that I'm,
Legally, you can do that. I mean, we've been in meetings for 18 months. I've done it several times, at several meetings. And it's not, we in the open meeting. What do you mean, Sunshine Law? We in an open meeting. I've done it several times at previous meetings, multiple meetings. Is there any objection? Does anybody want to have this on the agenda? That's polling. When we go through the agenda items, is there any objection to this going on consent? And maybe I'm using more of a formal term, but that's all that I'm talking about. But Councilmember Clemens, you have the floor. We're not in executive session, we're in an open session. The sunshine is shining. We're not in secret. And I'm not doing anything in secret. So, Councilmember Clemens.
okay, so, Mr. Poll, what was originally on here for the $105,000 with no restrictions, so it's not a particular, like, 60,000 for the artist. That amount is what that amount is, and this is specific just for July. All of the artists, just to safeguard the city, we get a contract. It could be a standard contract, and whatever those, if there's special terms in there, whatever, you just put whatever, those terms are. But just because they say you need, if it's something over $25,000, and I just think just because they're music artists, maybe we want to consider doing that. And if there's if there's going to be an amount that's going to come out of the stage budget to go with that. Anything other than that should be supplemented through sponsorships. Because she says she has sponsorships, so maybe she'll make up the rest if it runs over that.
Say that again.
So there's no restriction on the $105,000, that's what he has in here, but it's no restriction like to say 60,000 for the artist, 45 for whatever.
You said there's no restriction.
I mean, like how you said 60 for the artist and 45 for the stage, just however, that's what the budget is, right? That's what your budget is, the $105,000.
Oh, so there is this.
I'm sorry?
So you are recommending a specific amount?
No. However you do it, the $105,000, that's what it totals, the 60 and the 45. So however you do however you spend it, to do whatever, you still within that budget. That's what it was going to be anyway. We just kind of said you could spend X amount of dollars on this and X amount of dollars on that. And I don't know if we can do it just this late in the game, but we have a standard for artists, some sort of contract. And then whatever the stipulations are, if that...
Contract now?
No.
The PO, you're talking about?
Are you, so...
Because you sure is not finna get anybody at this late in the game talking about that.
Mr. Jones turned his light on, Councilmember Cummings.
I mean, I don't know what all the contract would entail or whatever, and if they've already done the invoice and said the invoice is good, this is like, hey, we just need to, this is the contract, we just need you to sign this. You can attach the invoice to it or whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe this might be a cleaner version, so I just conversed with city attorney. It might be best just to ask for the authority to move forward with the July event. Just clean like that. What? Can grant the city manager the authority to move forward with the July event, and then we can come back with all the other stuff for August and other things.
What does that mean?
If allow me to change the request to just asking for the authority to move forward with the July event.
But what does that mean? At what budget, at what amounts? What does that mean?
I'm going to say that means that I can move forward with the events that have, or the performers and the stage, whatever that costs, I'm okay to move forward with July.
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Would it mean that the city manager couldn't exceed the budgeted amount? So if, obviously he wouldn't, if he spent it all on July, there's nothing left for August or next, May or June.
But that's already been
Agreed.
That's already been approved, and the 2-hour discussion that we've had was for this request of specificity. The budget's already been approved. The events have already been placed under the city manager.
I think his hangup is this $25,000 number that says it has to come before council. And the expenditure for stage artists or whatever is over $25,000 is what his hangup is. So it sounds like now he's asking for a motion to move forward pursuant to that, but not be given a cap on individual pots of money so that he can make July happen. And if there's more discussion about contracts or whatever else, the amount of money being spent on this versus 4th of July, it can happen post tonight.
I'll go around. Our 2 other council members are already in. You've heard the modified request, which from the city manager, Councilmember Mark Rogers, Councilmember Ziegler. Then I will go to the other 3. Councilmember Ziegler. You all have heard. It dies, it's 60 days. So as I have done, I don't know how many meetings I'm in now, but I'm in my 7.5 year. At every meeting, I'm sure at least one item, we go through this. And I say, is there any objections? Does anybody have any concerns? As a precautionary measure, tonight y'all can call the question, it can die in the 60 days, but Councilmember Cummings.
I want to make the motion. Say what? To give the city manager the authority to move forward with the July concert. That's it. Just to give him the authority to be fiscally responsible to move forward with the July concert. And we will circle back and look at August or whatever, but just to move forward with the July concert.
There's a motion on the floor to give the city manager authority to move forward with the July concert. Is there a second?
What was the last part? You say circle back?
It's been moved and properly seconded.
Wait,
We're on
wait.
discussion. Councilmember Shropshire.
Oh, what was the last part?
To move forward with the July concert only. And that if, we're just with July, and then we'll circle back to do the other stuff that they need to do. But right now, just so that we can move forward and get the July concert done. So that's barring.
I don't know about that one, because you're going to be in the same situation for August.
Right, but right now, we don't have no movement on July, so we're not going to even get to August. If we can't deal with, I mean, I guess you can get to August if you don't deal with July, but.
So
here's the, I'm sorry, Councilmember Shropshire, you're on discussion, and then the city manager's already paid travel for some artists. Like, the fact that we are having this discussion after that has happened says that we probably have wasted 2 hours with the discussion, because he's already paid for people to come. And I don't know what's gonna happen with all of that, but he's already taken affirmative steps that could potentially put us in a different position if it doesn't move forward. But yet, we're here tonight having this discussion when affirmative steps have already been taken. So, I don't see anyone else on discussion. Mr. City Manager, so you're not having you're not requesting anything around cost, just move it forward.
Yeah, that's correct. So if I get support from council, my direction is clear, particularly with the question of the $25,000. It's inherent that you want me to move forward with July. We can then come back, talk about protocols for August, and we can talk about protocols for next year.
Call for all events?
Yes. I will come, anytime I have questions of going over that threshold, I will be in front of City Council. I will not be going over that threshold in any circumstance.
Councilmember Ziegler.
First of all, I'd like to thank the city manager for navigating this very sticky situation. I think that in the moment, I think that you've made the wisest decisions that you could have possibly have made on the phone. So thank you for that. Councilperson Cummings, would you be amenable for to have a not to exceed amount on your motion?
The city manager hasn't asked for
That's
a
going to
not
be,
to exceed.
for that, I don't have a problem, but I think that should be at the discretion of the city manager to let him, I think that he'll be he'll be fiscally responsible with regards to it, so I don't want to put a particular.
There's certainly there's an amount of sponsorship, an unquantifiable amount of sponsorship that I can't attest to right now. I think it is substantial. I do believe we have enough history to show that it does come in a substantial amount that will provide some ability to handle this event appropriately and then also be prepped to talk through long-lasting protocols for August and beyond.
Thank you. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Martin Rogers. I'll leave out somebody.
Next up is discussion and possible action on senior bingo. Councilmember Shropshire is the last item. Do we have any executive session items tonight?
Good.
None from legal, not Mr. Jones, you have an executive session? Not any from council? Okay, great. Senior bingo, Councilmember Shropshire.
Okay. I put this on the agenda because, well, one, I visited South Fulton. They was doing bingo. Then the person who sponsored it asked if we wanted to do one in East Point. So I said yes. So I put it on the agenda, and they had a lot of things going on. One bingo, spade, everything for the seniors. So I spoke with Mr. Pickett, Shalloyd, we're working out a date, but I wanted to put it on here so we can go on and get it approved and get the date and get everything set up. They give good gifts. Foot massages, toasters, everything for the seniors if they win bingo. So I put this on here to use, to partner with them, and I have the full name, and the city will help promote it and use Jefferson Park Recreation Center.
I just wanted to say, as the winner of a bingo jackpot just a couple of weeks ago at a location that shall be nameless because I don't want to see you all there, but as the winner of a jackpot, I support this initiative. Please make sure that you have really good prizes because I will participate. But do you need a second on that motion?
There hasn't been a motion yet.
Oh.
Two other council members in. Councilmember Ziegler and Councilmember Mitchell.
So are we spending any money to have this event take place?
The city is not spending anything, they're providing everything, the lunch, the bingo, everything.
Okay, thank you.
All we're doing is utilizing, it's a partnership with the city.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so that was going to be my question, because I have seen, it sounds great, love the seniors, but I've seen events like this go left when they start using like taxpayer dollars to buy these big prizes and stuff like that. So that was my question, who would be funding the prizes? I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, that was my main question, thanks.
Nope.
All right, consent agenda and maybe.
Oh, they do consent.
We know the, if you can include in the agenda item when we approve it, who the partner is. All right. Further, no executive session, the meeting's adjourned.